I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole, the old familiar sting. Try to kill it all away, but I remember everything. I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole, the old familiar sting. Try to kill it all away, but I remember everything. I remember everything. 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 But I remember everything. Everything.
What's going on, Banditos? And we're live. It's Sunday, 9:51, coming in from the West Coast. And today we are reviewing my list of top 10 best builds for Legendary. If you're ready, I am. Let's go. What's going on, Banditos? I hope you're having a beautiful weekend. I am. Sure, I'm having a lot of fun this weekend and really excited about what I see coming down the pipeline for Season 10. It's just around the corner. That's right. September 13th is the launch date. I'm sure you guys are all seeing the fun stuff being previewed in the PTS. God, I wish we were just already there because, you know, all this stuff is subject to change. So, you know, we'll see what pans out of this PTS, but either way, some exciting things, especially those brand sets and gear sets, and even those new exotics are looking a little bit viable to me. What do you guys think? Anyways, who's in the house? We got Grumpy Old Man, 5-star killer, Paxton, Zimpark. Dan Paxton has joined the Players Club. Shout out to Dan Paxton. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for kicking it. Xenon Shrimp, first in the house on the Twitch side. We got another Grumpy over there. What up, Smitzy? Fritzo, what's going on? So, what up, Biko? Sick Jim. So, it looks like we got all the boys up in here. Okay, so we got a lot to get you to get through. Excuse me. I hope you guys are excited about this one. This one is actually a stream. What up, King? I'm providing based on popular request. So, yeah, so we're literally going to go through 10 of what I think are highly effective and some of my favorite legendary builds. Okay, and so top 10 legendary builds. Now, in order to make this list, basically, because there's a lot out there, right? There's just a really lot of great builds out there. There really is. We know that. And so part of what makes this gets a build on this list for me is its unique value. Does it provide is it not only effective, but does it provide a unique value? Not only to you, to the game, but to your team, right? To your team. And so, that's part of what's making this, why these things make this list, because a lot of builds are very similar. You know what I mean? So unique value is one of those things. So of course it has to be effective. If it's not effective, you guys, it's not even going to be on the list. We're not even going to talk about it. It's not here. So every one of these builds you can count on being effective. Mike Sargent, Serial, what up, 2000? So all of these are that, and so they're all going to be adding team survivability. So for demonstration purposes, however, okay, so I'm going to be doing all of this kind of solo. So some of these builds won't demonstrate out if they're a team support build. So we'll just kind of review those particular ones, like this one that you're kind of taking a look at here. There's some really, this one's like, what the hell is this? Exactly. Some of these you guys may not have, you may have missed some of these build videos, but some of them are really good. Like this one happens to be the Wingman build. So we'll talk about this one in a sec. That's not the first one. So we're going to start from the bottom up. Okay. So we're going to start with number 10 on the list, and I have these all saved out here. And so actually, so number 10 on my list for top 10 legendary builds is actually going to be the Heartbreaker gear set. It's sort of, so I did put it towards the bottom, but it does bring a unique value when it comes to adding survivability. We know, I feel like it sort of had to make the list because of the damage numbers that it could put on the table. So as you guys know, like if you make this an all red build, that it puts higher damage numbers than what a striker build can do, but that's all on paper. And then when you go into legendary, you know, sort of just kind of it kind of flattens out a little bit, right? But it's still a really good build, especially if you're really into the bonus armor. Now, there's a bunch of different ways you can do this. A lot of this is preference, but I really like the bonus armor on this. And so I sort of play into that. And so I'm always kind of torn into whether I want to run the chest piece or not. Actually, I want to bring that chest piece along with me. We're going to preview all of these. So let me throw on this chest piece real quick. And then actually I can throw armor on that chest piece. I'm gonna bring it along with me, so we're gonna swap out in the field. And so I am gonna demonstrate these builds in a solo legendary format, so you can see like, hey, if they can do it in solo legendary, you know, these things are pretty good in the team as well. It's kind of the idea here. And so this is definitely not a new build. This is not like an ultra unique build, but it's really well balanced. And I think it's just a good one to consider when you're running legendary with a team, because you're going to bring your own level of survivability to this. So again, like these are builds that are viable without a healer, right? And that's because you're giving yourself, you know, 50 to 100 stacks or up to 200% bonus armor when you run the backpack or whatever. Or you can run it all red if you want. Now that's where the value stops for me. So I used to think that, well, we all did. At one point, the all red Heartbreaker build was the meta for a minute, right? It was like the meta for a minute because it was overpowered. It literally was overpowered, and then they fixed that. So, but once they fixed it, I felt like, you know, it really leveled the playing field. It kind of dropped so much in value that it was basically didn't stand out much from striker anymore, unless you put armor on it. If you put armor on a Heartbreaker build, all of a sudden the value comes back because it's designed to bring in this really nice layer of bonus armor for you, right? And so armor and power is really nice. And so yeah, like Mike Sargent said, I run mine with the chest piece and backpack with Fenris gloves and Fox's knees, my go-to. So Mike, do you create yours out as well, or do you add like armor regen or whatever? Because I kind of always wondering about that too. Like you can kind of power down and tank up, and this thing still works. So we're gonna try it with and without the chest piece just to kind of demonstrate. Wheeze 520, appreciate you, man. Welcome to the Players Club, Wheeze, Wheezy. So
you can't be any geek off
let's go ahead and demonstrate this real quick, gentlemen. Play what up, brother. You know what I mean? So we're gonna demonstrate this with and without the chest, okay? And so there's a couple of cool things on why this is really great. So let me just run through the build real fast because we need to go through the details. But all of these are subject to a little bit of tailoring depending on how you play or how your team is set up. So keep that in mind. But I'm running the Kingbreaker because perfect flatline, 20% amp to pulse enemies, and we're gonna be pulsing. And this, of course, is a very powerful assault rifle. 117 base, 650 RPM. So this has a little better DPS than the AK. And then I got this crit mod on, which is really important, and you'll see why in a minute. And I got the tack laser pointer and more crit chance. So otherwise, we're rolling with armor and crit chance. And of course, we get assault rifle damage, weapon handling, and then heart stopper. So we're gonna get 1% bonus armor, 1% damage to pulse enemies, up to 50 stacks. And then I got perfect spotter for another 20% amp damage. We're gonna just swap that out too to show you what the chest can do with the gear set. Here's the holster. The knees with crit damage, it's all red, and the backpack, which is giving us more bonus armor, right? So, and then the gloves, damage to armor. So why am I running the gloves? So you can run damage to targets out of cover. So for me, it depends on the weapon. Okay, so remember if you stack different types of multiplicative damage, you're gonna end up getting a better value. So since my weapon has damage to health or health damage and then damage to targets out of cover, I don't have any damage to armor on my build. So adding that, damage to armor plus damage to targets out of cover is usually where you're gonna stack, is going to pan out versus like double damage to targets out of cover, which because my assault rifle already has damage to targets out of cover. So small nuances though. If you rather run the foxes, you're not gonna probably even notice. So all right, let's head on over and test this out. Member train. Let's turn it up in here. Let's turn it up in here. Do we got anybody from the UK? Anybody up there in the UK and the European time zone folks in the house? I'm trying to, this whole week I've been trying to catch the European time zones. Give me hashtag East Coast if you're chiming in from the East Coast. Hashtag CT for Central Time Zone. Let me know where you're at, folks. Am I catching you? All right. So here's a couple of tricks. Let me turn this to legendary real quick. So assault rifle builds are really valuable in legendary alone because you can do some of the things I'm about to show you here. So I'm going to go ahead and run a shield. All right. And here's some of the value add, and then I'm gonna put on the turret. This is just because I'm running solo. Okay, so if you're running in a group, you're not gonna run a turret on this thing. You can, but probably not. So damage, there we go. And then let's just make sure I got this. The shield is just for a greater right hand side view. Hound 22s from Central, right on, bro. Thank you for coming to kick it. Okay. Probably active regen. Nah, actually we want health. Okay, so remember the shield is not, the shield's gonna be worthless and legendary, but again, like I said, it's gonna let us pull in a stronger right hand. Okay, so quick demonstrations, all right, because we got 10 builds to pull through, so we're not gonna spend a long time on any single build, but I just wanna show you what these can do. And so what we're gonna be paying attention to is bonus armor and whatnot. And then remember, I got the pulse. Now, you can run these without the pulse and try to land those headshots, which I do, but what I find is that the enemies move around so much that the stacks, it's hard to get those stacked. Hard to get them to stack on legendary. You know what I mean? Like your stack, the pulse expires is basically what I'm saying. Now, the other downside, this is why it's number 10 and not number 1. It's because I can't get my stacks on tanks. Look at the little heart meter down there. I'm not getting any stacks on those tanks, right? And these tanks are a formidable foe, and they take a lot of your time. So to not be able to stack on them is really annoying, right? In my opinion. The Kingmaker is a little bit of a beast, so every time I use it, I kind of got to get used to it. So we got out the Watcher ammo. No doubt strong though. So you see what I'm saying? Like you take so much time on these tanks and you're not getting those damage stacks on them, it's worse, right? Basically, your DPS is, oh, it's not getting any better. Let's just put it that way, right? All right, got that one out of the way. Now, when you're running solo, it's not. I mean, when you're running in a team play, it's not as much of an issue because you got other teammates that are probably not wearing the set, and so they'll help you burn those tanks a little bit faster. Probably that does. So notice, so this is the 3.4 mag zoom. I'm sorry, scope magnification, and it allows you to do the corner glitch thing here. See, so I can kind of just poke up my barrel, almost like we're running the 8x scope, right? Same thing. So ammo's an issue for me right now. Big issue. It's actually, we're in dangerous territory. And a lot of it's the gun for me. So I'm gonna kill myself here. So we'll reset. Heavy Chevy. Is that Chevy Muscle? Or are you a different Heavy? Or are you a different Chevy? Yeah, Mike, I do, not necessarily the FAMAS, but, so Mike is asking if I go with yeah, we're about to talk about that in a second. So, as you can see, like, the real difficult part about this build, it's strong. It's just that the Kingbreaker, I mean, if you're on PC, your opinions might be different. But the Kingbreaker is sort of a problem in Legendary when you're at range. So I think you should really pay attention to that detail when you're going into Legendaries. Like, I mean, in this one, they're kind of boxed in, right? It's like a killer's alley there. Imagine if you're at the Manny Washington Zoo and there's those big old fields and you're trying to chase enemies down with your Kingbreaker. You know, you're gonna be missing a lot of shots. So you might want to try, you know, one of these like those with tighter handling, like the Police M4. That's my go-to. And then you could also try, like Mike is suggesting, like the FAMAS or whatever. You'll land a lot more of your shots, you know. So for this one, I'd put on the same scope, and then here we put on the same laser pointer, and then everything else being the same. Now on this one, I run fast hands, right? And we'll get into that in a second. But what I wanted to really showcase here is the chest piece, right? So if we flip flop to the chest piece, and then for example run the foxes and play into that backpack. There we go. So I just picked up a little bit more armor and play into that backpack and get more stacks. I think we're gonna need a crit chance here. Let's see what our stats are. 49. Let me change this. Get that number where it is. There we go, 5581. So this is a little bit more on the DPS side with the fast hand. So it's basically cutting down our reloads, right? And so, and we should be landing more of our shots, but we're kind of tanky here. I like the 3-3 split, but let's give it a try and see what we can do with it. Again, for the skills, I'm just using this thing to take aggro. Look at the stacking. So I was able to get so many stacks off of the NPC that I got a little bit more power for focusing on the tank. And of course they're fading away. way better handling, right? But this is why the Heartbreaker set is number 10 on my list, because of the amount of tanks that you face and how much time they take of your focus. Look, that purple tank just went and healed in the back, so I'm gonna have to fight it again. Really annoying, right? And that red tank is trying to get healed, and he's way the fuck back there, and he is gonna get healed. So like, so that's what I'm saying. Like, so to not be able to stack on tech is sort of a big bummer, and that's why this is at the bottom of the top 10, basically. Because it's still a really strong build against NPCs, but there's just too much tech and legendary to ignore that. Now I gotta spin. We're gonna run out of ammo because I'm fighting these tanks again, basically, right? And we have hardly any damage against them, right? No stacking against them. And I can't ignore them. And it's gonna run back and get fucking healed again. Super annoying. But and what's annoying about it is this actually makes it hard to even showcase this build right now. They basically sucked all my ammo. There you go. But look at, notice the stacking, and you don't even need like the world's largest amount of bonus armor, right? Oh, just grenades apparently, huh? Well, I don't need grenades, I need fucking ammo. Then of course you got the shotgun to rail in that bonus armor. Now you can run gunner to kind of solve some of that problem, but again, it's just those tanks, right? Get some ammo. But good survivability. I mean, it's allowing us to do this, and I think that says a lot, right? Dagrim, what up? All right, let's kill somebody. Police M4 is way better, so if you're a FAMAS user or whatever, go for it, right? Now, that's a pretty good time to kill, really good time to kill. And I think I'm running probably one more armor core than I would normally run, just because we're out here in the field. I wasn't able to re-roll. So imagine, look at that armor right now. Look at that armor, right? Great time to kill. Good enough for taking out the critical targets. Look at that armor. That's beautiful. I mean, remember how this just played out real quick, right? We were basically out of armor, and we ran around with our ACS shotgun, plugged a few fools, got back to our armors, got back to that weapon cache, right? Let me heal up here. Let's take out these chungas and then we'll switch to the next build. Really good build though. Really good build, right? We're doing this solo. Look at our armor, guys. That's 1.5 million armor. That's nuts, right? If you think about it. Now you can still, there's still room to optimize this build, I think. So I would probably drop one armor core and then, yeah, that's probably it. That's probably all I would do. All right, let's take on some chungas. But yeah, like we were saying earlier, I really think you're better off with a gun that can land its shots. Remember, this is fast hands. That's what I was gonna say. We're running fast hands, guys. right? Think about that. Now, fast hands gives you better DPS if you didn't know that, but it's less burst power. So if you if you think about this build and the fact and everything we're doing, and how much like things that we have rolled into survivability, like fast hands, as an example, right? Fast hands. Look at that bonus armor. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful build. Like, I'm having fun. It's good. I got good survivability. Now, if you rather have a damage talent, if you're not worried about your DPS and you want the high upfront numbers, then measured is fun. Of course, focus. I mean, the flatline talent. That's what I mean. Flatline. See, the chungas are your friend because they're really easy to stack on, right? So they're giving me all that survivability, but now they're also taking my ammo. You wanna make sure you keep an eye on that. Hate that dizzy part. Watch those sniper shots, right?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I think it's just him. There it is, I guess. One more? Oh, we got the back, yeah. All right, so yeah, really easy to stack bonus armor. So that's that build. So, you know, you can do the Kingmaker if you want more power there, but I think you're better off with an AR that handles better. And, oh, it's Rika, gotcha. And then I really like fast hands, but if you're looking for more upfront damage, more bursts, for example, you know, go with one of the other damage talents like flatline, regular flatline. You can even go in sync if you're running skills. Measured is fun. Measured is fun. Measured is fun because it gives you a nice little increase in your stacks up front. But very viable build. That bonus armor just counts for a lot, you know. So I tried to demonstrate getting out of cover a little bit, and obviously the shield can't take much. So you know, you want to make sure you got some good aggro. You want to make sure you got a good jump on the enemy. Meaning, like, you shoot first, basically, because if you can do that, then you can take down that chunga before he even breaks your shield, right? And so, but really fun build. I think Heartbreaker is probably on most people's list, but for me, it's on number 10. And this is specific for Legendary, and again, it's also because the tech, right? The tanks. So, but in team play, it's not going to be as much of an issue, so just keep that in mind. So that's number 10. All right, let's reset, and then we'll head back here and take a look at the next one. Yeah, Corey Leith, we're definitely getting into the skill damage. We got lots of skill builds are can't be ignored, I think, when it comes to Legendary, right, guys? Because they do so well. We got, I think, a full breadth of skill builds. I think we got everything covered. Status effects, skill damage, ballistic, artillery, the works. Vitro Gaming. So that new shotgun, you guys seen the new shotgun? What is it called? Lefty? You guys think that's gonna get nerfed? You think it's an accident? Everybody keeps saying they think it's an accident, so wonder what you guys think. But yeah, Woofer said it's an accident. I think so too. I'm seeing guys like basically soloing legendary with it, just that shotgun, and it's just killing everything. It's just mowing them down. Grumpy's saying accident 100% too. Okay, so I thought I fast traveled. For some reason I didn't. Let's go back. What do you guys think about the new gear set? The Aqua Boost Brazos. Do you think it's... Oh, that's the brand set. The other one. Umbra Initiative. You feel like it's a little underwhelming? You think it could take a little bit more of a buff? You think it's right on par? You think it just... Or do you think do you think it's really dependent on the weapon choice? You know, because I see a lot of guys running like they slap it on the Chameleon. And because the Chameleon's already fast, putting, you know, 50% RPM or whatever on a Chameleon might not, you know, it might feel a little more underwhelming. Okay, so that's number 10. This is so again, number 10, let me just, actually, I'm gonna re-roll the assault rifle just so you have a good picture of it in case there's a lot of people that take pictures. So I'm gonna go to put on flatline. There we go. Actually, let me re-roll that knee pad too. Recal that knee pad. This is how I'd put it. 3-3 blend. Perfect 3-3. So it obviously works on the tankier side, as you can see, but the ammo issues is some of the ammo issues, of course, was initially that we were using that King Breaker, but also when you have too much armor or not enough damage, that means you're putting in too many bullets on an enemy, and so you need to damage up. So it's either you're missing too many shots or you don't have enough damage. That's usually why you run out of ammo, right? So this would balance that out. So this is the number 10 build of the top 10 legendary builds that I would recommend you use, and it brings unique value and team survivability, and it brings its own level of survivability because this build doesn't really need heals, right? So it all starts with an assault rifle. I'm using the Police M4. A FAMAS is great. P416 is great. Carbine 7, whatever. Just look for a full range of mods, and you want to run the TAC laser pointer. That's important. Now for me, this scope is really important. You could also run the 8X, but this one's really important. It's giving me the crit chance, but it also lets me zoom in and pick up a wider right hand view. That's important. So crits over there, and then I got a larger mag, and then flatline. So in the game demonstration, I was running fast hands, which gives you better DPS, but this will give you better burst damage if you're into that. So there's no wrong answer there. But flatline will also contribute into you not running out of ammo, where the other one with better DPS isn't really helping that situation. So there you go. That's my assault rifle. And then you want the ACS for those quick stacks so you can run up to a Chunga and build stacks on him. So that's nice. And then I had a killer on it, but whatever. Optimus is usually better. And then for the map, so we are running 4 pieces of Heartbreaker, assault rifle damage, weapon handling, and then Heartstopper. And that's giving us 1% bonus armor, 1% damage to pulsed enemies, up to 50 stacks. And then we're basically critting this thing out. And then I decided to go with the chest piece. I really like the chest piece, but we did demonstrate with Spotter, but I prefer the chest piece because I like the increase in stacks. I like playing into the bonus armor. That's why. Because I think that's the unique value of Heartbreaker. It's the bonus armor. The damage is awesome too, but it's the balance of damage and bonus armor that it brings us that's really nice. It doesn't require kill to get the bonus armor like the Memento. So crits here, and then this increases our stacks to 100. The backpack doubles our bonus armor, right? From 1% to 2%, so we get up to 200% bonus armor. Otherwise, I got weapon damage and max crits here. I'm running into contractors, and I decided to go with the foxes in the end. And then so this is extremely helpful running this combo if somebody else is running the coyotes mask in your group. And then last but not least, the holster that's running crits and armor. Now, I was running solo, so I just had the turret to take some aggro, and the shield helps me get that right-hand view, larger right-hand view, when I have good placement. So it's otherwise I'm not really overly relying on that shield whatsoever. It'll break in legendary. It's not strong enough for legendary. And then we're running technician. Technician is basically just for that laser pointer. It's the only reason why I'm running it. I would rather run gunner for the ammo and weapon handling that it gives you. But I found in legendary that, you know, going for the headshots, it times out too quickly. 5 seconds isn't long enough. And so sometimes you'll forget that you need to tag the enemy in the head again. And, you know, it times out and you're sitting there laying down like weaker shots than you want to. You're not stacking and all that other stuff. So it's just better safe than sorry to run technician. Okay, so that's number 10 build. Let's take a look at number 9. Number 9. All right, so this is a team support build, AKA the Wingman. You guys remember the Wingman? This is a really good one. Red Saber Sam says, Tux, did you try out the Basin Legendary on the PTS? I tried a solo crazy. No, I haven't tried it yet, man. I gotta wait really until it releases. So I'm twiddling my thumbs. Okay, so this is a very unique build. Okay, so I'm gonna have to explain this one because it really, the way it plays out is more for your team than you. So this is a team support build. So the theory behind this build is that I have found that for a couple reasons that healer builds are sort of overpowered in this game. Oops, I got the wrong chest talent. So healer builds are overpowered in this game. And so what I mean is like if you run a future initiative healer build, it's like, it's really designed, it's strong enough to heal 8 players in a raid, right? So if you think about that, 8 players in a raid. So, so when you're running legendary with U+3, you have excess heals on your build. And the problem with heals, okay, is that it's not reactive. It's more reactive. That's what I want to say. It's not proactive. It's reactive. Okay. And so what you find probably in your own gameplay is that you are more aggressive when you have bonus armor than if you just had a healer on your team. Bonus armor gives more confidence to you and your team when you're playing. And then having a healer is kind of nice to know, but it's after you take damage. That's when heals is helpful, right? And so most people don't play into a healer as much, you know, maybe a little bit when you got like, you know, 3 chungas beaming down on you. It allows you to stay out of cover just a little bit longer, but so does bonus armor, right? So this build gives both, okay? So it's designed to give your team heavy bonus armor and then also heal them when they actually take damage afterwards. But at the same time, you're giving your team major buffs, right? From the True Patriot set. So, there's several different ways. I've created several different Wingman builds, so this is just one variation. And again, my holster isn't perfect because I accidentally crushed maybe my original one, so the crit damage shouldn't be there. But basically, the formula is armor and repair skills, right? Armor and repair skills, and then you want to run 4 pieces True Patriot on this one. Okay, so there's different versions, but on this one, I decided to run the True Patriot backpack. So let's talk about the buffs. So you're buffing your team in every way possible. Okay, so amplified damage to enemies, right? Enemies that are flagged with the red take 8% amplified damage, but then you're wearing a backpack, so that bumps up to 12%. So 12% more damage to all those flagged targets. That's 12% amp damage by anything, by your team's turret, by your team's drone, by your team's gun, by anything, right? Okay, and then you're running the Scorpio, and so to mark them, right? So you always got to be shooting. You got to be shooting. So the Scorpio is also going to apply another, besides the status effects, so they're going to be poison, disorient, shock, but they're also going to take another 20% damage, right? So basically, the potential is that you can be buffing the damage to a target by 32%. That's huge. 12 of which is amplified damage. So your team is just going to feel strong. So the way this build works out is that it's not a shield build as you would think it is, right? So the shield is literally only to buff your teammates. So you pop the shield, it activates Vanguard, you see down there, okay? And then you get back and you start plugging away. All right, that's how the build works. And so not only are you giving that amplified damage, but you're also giving the white and the blue. So White, shooting the enemy repairs the attacking agent's armor, so they can get a little bit of armor regen from that. Some people don't even notice that. And then you also decrease the enemy's damage dealt by 8%, which is actually going to be 12%. So it's like protection from elites, except protection from all enemies, right? And so if you look at the armor, I'm running 1.7 million armor. That's huge, right? Now, what does Vanguard do? So deploying the shield makes it invulnerable for 5 seconds and grants 45% of your armor as bonus armor to all enemies for 20 seconds. Now, perfect Vanguard is what you want to run with, right? But I just I delete my perfect Vanguard because I didn't have space in my stash. So either way, and so I think that bumps it up to, what is it, that guys, like 50%? I think it gives them more bonus armor, which is what you want. But either way, 45% of 1.7 million, right? So that's basically, what is that, guys? Like 800,000. Let me do the math here. Okay, 1.7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 45%. Yeah, 800,000, just shy of 800,000. So if you want to run perfect Vanguard, it'd be probably a little bit more, but just shy of 800,000. So, okay, so that's not it. So when they take damage, so basically what you're going to be doing is you're also going to be dropping your high, right? So you're going to pop this every, what is it, 20 seconds? Every 25 seconds. Yeah, and it's actually, I think, a little bit faster with perfect Vanguard. But basically every 25 seconds, you're going to be giving your team 800,000 armor. 800,000 armor, guys. Most of your team is probably running around with like somewhere between, what, 795 and 900,000 armor. You're going to be giving your team over 1.5 million armor. Imagine that Heartbreaker build now, right? What if one of you guys is wearing Heartbreaker and one of you guys is wearing Wingman? You just gave that Heartbreaker guy who was running 1.5 million armor in that demonstration, 1.3 in the end. You just gave him another 800,000. You push him over to over 2 million in armor. He's going to be playing way more confident. And so when he's got all that bonus armor, that means he could be doing what, guys? More of this. More of this, right? More of this. So even if your team's not running around like crazy, they're going to be able to be putting out more shots because they can take more damage. That is way better than heals. And now when they do take real damage, then you got your healer. On top of that, we can... on top of that, this build will overcharge, right? And so when you run out of heals... you can get that back really fast. But you're also able to, well, you know, you need the skill tiers to overcharge your allies, but amazing, right? Amazing. So, but that's very valuable to get your own heals back, right? Really quickly. And so, and on top of that, the skill tier doesn't pull away from your shield. So either way, we have 2 skill tiers on your heals there, one from your BTSUs, one from that, and then the tier 6 shield, which makes it really strong, 13 million. So, and then I'm running the D50. You could probably run a better weapon talent than preservation here. The reformation is probably what you'd want to give, which is gives 30% more heals to your team with just landing a headshot. But this is a very valuable build, guys. There's a whole build video out on it. It's called the Wingman. I've created like 3 of these or 4 of these. It's an alternate healer build, okay? And it works really, really well. I probably wouldn't recommend this for a raid as your solo healer because it's just too many guys. But for a 4-man team or even in countdown, this would be amazing. This, as a matter of fact, would be a great countdown build. I probably would just swap a couple of things. Like I wouldn't use the Restorer Hive because you're probably moving a lot. So maybe the Chem would be better to go with. And then in that case, you could get rid of the BTSU gloves and then run like an Alps Summit backpack with Galvanize. So the original Wingman build ran Galvanize. And so Galvanize, when you, I think, what is it, guys? When you disorient a target, Galvanize kicks in, and so that was constantly giving your allies even more bonus armor. So there's other ways to work around with this, but Vanguard and the Shield and True Patriot are the main components, and from there you can toy around with it. So this is number 9. So this is number 9. It's called the Wingman build. So of the top 10, we're starting from the bottom. This is number 9. It's a team support build. Again, an alternate healer build. It works absolutely amazing. So do we have anybody online right now that's can jump in and I can show the bonus armor? If not, no biggie. But think everybody's out there playing. That's cool. We'll move on to the next one. I could just show you what the bonus are. I wish they allowed you to do that like a paper ally right next to you, right? But anyway, True Patriot's not a new thing, so I'm sure most of you guys know how that works. So that is number 9. Okay, number 8. So number 8 is next. So let's take a look at that. Oh, we got to get out of here. Forgot about that. All right, and then let's just go up there. So every time we switch, we got to make sure that the right weapons are chosen on our thing. But number 8 is a assault rifle, LMG pistol. Okay, that's good. Hold on, let me make sure I got this moved over. Okay. So TU16 is coming on September 13th, right around the corner. Okay, so let's put this on super very hard, whatever you call it. Grumpy old man, yeah, I deleted a bunch of loadouts for this, just for this stream. But it was all good. It's all good. Okay, so here is number 8, and this is the Mortar turret. So number 8 of 10 for legendary builds that bring unique value and team survivability, right? So this one is super strong, and this actually comes from one of our homies' playbook. This configuration is similar to what we saw Gambit's. So remember Gambit's build? Some of you may or may not have seen those past streams, but I'll give credit to him for this configuration because this is how he runs it, and it's absolutely amazing. And so we were using it in those legendary speed runs for the average Joe. He was running this, and it's very hard to compete with. It's very hard to compete with. We were running blitz builds basically, so all striker DPS builds. We were running all sorts of builds against this, and it was always really difficult to beat him when it came down to total damage and total kills in legendary format. So a crazy build. Okay, so there's only one piece that I'm basically missing, so I'll explain that to you. But this mortar turret is hitting at let's see, 2.7 before the buffs. Okay, and so some of the buffs that we have here is one of those being is glass cannon. So I'm running perfect glass cannon on the chest. Now it's a little bit off. See, it's got the skill haste there. I would prefer that to be skill damage, but it's not going to make a big difference here. So anyway, so perfect glass cannon. Okay, and so the reason why what's unique about this build, you might not have ever seen this build before. Okay, on the surface it might look similar to other mortar builds, but it's the devil's in the details on this one. Okay, and let me tell you what those details are. So it's about the mortar turret, the artillery turret, right? So if you notice, the artillery turret applies bleed status effect on the affected target. So that's what this build is actually playing into, and it ends up being like super lethal. So what you're doing is you're stacking multiplicative damage, right? And so the other multiplier, besides the explosive damage, is coming from the Vial Mask, right? And so the Vial Mask is buffed by status effects, and that's why we have status effects on every single piece. And the Vial Mask is also buffed by explosive damage, which is why we're running China Light, not just for the mortar turret, but for the vial. So we're getting double benefit out of that. And that's also why we're running double Grupo, because double Grupo gives us more explosive damage. That buffs are both artillery, our Seeker, and the Vial Mask. And then Demolitionist also buffs the Vial Mask too, because it makes a stronger concussion grenade, which, as you can see, is peaked out at almost 2 million. So very strong. So basically what you're doing is you're hitting the enemy, and then the splash damage is causing everybody to bleed, and then you got creeping death, which is spreading the bleed. So everybody is taking damage everywhere, and when they're taking damage, it slows them down, right? They run slower, and most of the time they don't shoot back at you. They do shoot back at you sometimes when they're bleeding, but sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I actually want to change that skill haste, and I'll do that in a second. Actually, I'm not going to. So you want, the formula is this. This is the formula: skill damage and status effects and a skill tier everywhere. skill damage, status effects, and skill tier with explosive damage. Skill damage, status effects with explosive damage. That's our first piece, China Light. That's critical. These two pieces are critical also. Okay, the chest piece is status effects, and then I got double skill haste. But really, you want that to be skill damage. Mine's just rolled this way. I can't change it. And then I got skill tier. This is perfect glass cannon. All right. And then we're running the Vile Mask, again, for those ticks. Right, and then the backpack is status effects and skill haste. Now that should be skill damage, but I just didn't re-roll it because I'm using this backpack on a different build also that I'm demonstrating today. But otherwise, it should be status effects and skill haste, and then a skill haste mod, and then a creeping death. So if you wanted to go more power on your backpack, you can. So you can go combined arms if you want to be shooting, but tech support is also really good, because you get kills really easy. So they're either going to bleed to death or they're going to be blown up. So you're going to get that tech support pretty easy, and that lasts for 20 seconds. So you don't have to worry about it timing out. I think for mortar builds, combined arms is a little too tedious. Combined arms is every 3 seconds. And so, you know, trying to aim and throw things and shoot your mortar and shoot your gun, it feels like you're juggling a lot of balls. So tech support can be a little bit easier. So that's the build. Let me demonstrate in here, and then we're gonna go out. And then, one thing I need to tell you. And so I'm running the Sweet Dreams because of the damage to armor. And so you just wanna have that in hand, okay? You wanna have a high damage to armor in hand at 12%. You could also run the capacitor if you wanted to, because it also has damage to armor, right? So damage to armor helps the bleed. So either way, the Sweet Dreams is nice because you can whack somebody. You could also do the Scorpio if you want to. So any of these, it doesn't really matter. But the capacitor at least is going to increase the bleed and the skill damage. Now, you could also do the test subject if you have one that has damage to armor. But you're only going to put 6%. The test subject's only going to allow you to put 6% damage to armor. Again, this is a bleed explosive build. So you want the max damage to armor, so which is going to be 12%. That's the highest you can get. So the capacitor or the Sweet Dreams is the better bet. So... let's demonstrate this real quick. So there's your ticks. Basically 200,000 per tick. Right? And they're dying. And they're almost dead. And then you wipe the group. So 1 hit plus the bleed almost dropped them all down to just health, right? So 1 hit plus bleed drops them down to just their health, and then the second hit will wipe them out. And that's not even counting the other skill, right? Now I'm going with you can go with the cluster if you want to, and that's going to hit more targets, but this applies the bleed, and it's also got a shorter cooldown. So that's why I've chosen that one. But your second skill's up to you. You know, go with whatever feels best. Now I'm going to go ahead and fix the backpack here. Reaper Hawk, what up, man? You'll recognize this bleed. We were just talking about it. We're talking about Gambit. That Gambit's, that this is Gambit's formula. Oh, I was going to say, the one other thing. So I'm running Hannah U here. You'd be better off with Wyvern. I just don't have the Wyvern backpack, okay? So, but you want status effects, skill damage, skill haste, and then the Wyvern backpack, okay? Because the Wyvern's going to give you 10% more skill damage. No, I just don't have that version. So I have the China Light. I mean, what do you call it? The Empress. I have the Empress version, which is perfect, actually. That's like, looks really good. But you don't really need skill health on this build. And that's because your artillery doesn't really take that much damage. It's only got 10 in ammo. Skill health does help your Seeker, because sometimes the Chungas will kick it, and so it'll prevent the kicking of your Seeker like a soccer ball. But otherwise, you know. So keep that in mind. But skill haste isn't the worst. It's not the worst thing, because we are running Seekers. So, you know. Urban Chaos, what up, brother? Glad you're liking the PC clan, man. Right on. Okay, so the mortar turret is number 8 on the list. Number 7's gonna be fun. We got quite a few good ones to get to here. So. Yeah, Grumpy, this is the Creeping Death variant. So yeah, we are running the Creeping Death variant. And then on the bleed, I believe he had the Creeping Death variant. And then he has got another one where he's not running the he's not running the vial, and he was running the waveform, and then he had tech support. But either way, go with what you like best. But the Creeping Death is nice, I think. I like the idea of the... It's very unique. It's very unique, right?
You've got your objective.
All right, let's show this bad boy can do. Sometimes, like, you might be better in an elevated position. Let's start from here with here real quick, but... I'm not the fastest mortar guy, so you know. Like, some people are pretty fucking quick with their mortars. I don't use my mortar enough to be super good with it. It was a bad hit. You know, the mortar was actually the first, the artillery turret was the first skill that I used when I got into skill builds. It's actually pretty unique skill, isn't it? If you think about it. I mean, I really wish that they made it so that you didn't have to run Demolitionist. It'd be really cool. Or to run like the, what do you call it? The Artificer Hive with it. I mean, just imagine that. Just boom. I can't tell if anybody's still alive. Oh yeah, there's one way up there. Oh, can't get it to her. Ah, that fucking bullshit. Slow roll me. Don't you do that. Let's find that, Ah! Killed myself. I'm not that good with this thing, but it's the aiming. You got to get used to that aiming. I just don't run it a lot. I think if if you get at a higher elevation, you get better shots, just because you can see. But up here is kind of a death trap. Jump! Jump! Ew. See what I mean? He like instantly went for me. You're good up there. It's a little bit more fun with a group too. Like, I don't think I'd run this build solo. You can. But I find I don't use my gun enough. Like, so it'd be good to have some DPS out there where I could blow them shit up, right? This tank doesn't want to do anything. See that yellow guy bleeding out right there? See, the glass cannon helps that bleed, right? There you go.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
So I think that's... Oh, no, we got one more dangerous lady over there. There she is. Okay. So basically just the chungas. Oh yeah, level 20, expertise 20, we fucking boom on this thing, right? All right, need to get that thing hitting the ground. So I'll try to get the guys in the back mostly. These chungas will be fine. Get them in a second. They're gluttons for... Anyways, like, so this is a really good build for team scenarios, especially because, I mean, these guys are just, like, they're like ducking and rolling and, like, you know, doing all sorts of crazy shit to avoid getting hit with the mortars, and that allows your team to basically not take damage, right? Get that guy in the back. So you bled out. So I don't know if you can hear the bleeding out of the enemies. It's extremely effective. It almost feels like, how would I describe it? Like a pestilence. Almost feels like the pestilence. Because 200 to take. Now, I don't know if you guys, for those of you in the Players Club, you probably know the that blue screen build that I created with ongoing directive. It's like that too. Basically, bleeding everybody out. It's amazing. So it's just this lonely guy here, I think. Glass Cannon asks you to, we're running Perfect Glass Cannon on an all yellow build, so there's not a whole lot of running around out of cover. And so when you run this with the team, you want to make sure that you find that one piece of cover and you're basically not moving from it per checkpoint, right? A little bit you can move, but. See how you kick the the Seeker. There we go. So I'm not super proficient with this. Some people are a lot faster with this explosive build, but extremely effective, especially when you got 3 other players that are just finishing these off, which is making your mortar go a lot further. You know, the 10 rounds from your artillery go a lot further. But that's basically it. Anyways, just take off. You just want Wyvern here. So all these pieces are pretty easy to get. Even these Gruppos, they don't look like super easy to get, but Gruppo actually drops like pretty regularly with these skill damage and status effects. That's what I found. So, but you know, go into countdown, you know, put it on Gruppo, and that's the easiest way. And you probably just want full options on these, you know, pick some up on your holster as well and in your mask. But usually when you're gonna run the status effects on a Gruppo, you're gonna be running the vial. So, but I do have the skill damage, skill haste versions. But really highly effective build for legendary team run. It just, these, especially if you're good with the artillery turret, which I'm not that good. I'll just admit it. Like, I'm not that good with this thing, which is, the targeting system is, it's just something you got to get used to, and I don't run it a lot. But it's just got, I guess the biggest benefit of it is the wide effect that it has. It has a very wide effect, right? And so like you hit them with the direct hit and you cause massive damage, and then you're causing bleed, which is both of those things is being amplified by 30%, and then the bleed is spreading to other enemies, and all of that at the same time, all of that is being multiplied by the vial damage. So, and that's why with a single hit, you're taking off all of the armor on an elite if you haven't killed them. So just from this, from basically a single hit plus the bleed and the vial is stripping them of their armor, and then the second hit is going to kill them, if not somebody's gun. But if they happen to stand a direct hit from the mortar, so tons of fun. Yeah, so everything is basically configured. So I would just basically 20% skill damage missing on my version of the build because of these pieces. So this, again, you don't want the skill haste there. You want skill damage. And on this piece, you want skill Wyvern instead of Hannah U. So that is number 8. Okay, let's head back to the White House and put on number 7. The Chunga Seeker kick is hilarious. These are like the most athletic Chungas that I've ever seen, right? In any game. Like, the Division 2 Chungas are ridiculous. Super ridiculous. I think they're basically like the old offensive line. Okay, so that build is no doubts, super effective. It is number 8 on the list. All right, so it brings unique value, explosive damage, and bleed, and it's spreading like a plague across the entire battlefield, right? Because of creeping death. Okay, so again, quick formula. So you want to run something that has damage to armor at least at 12%. So shotguns or the capacitor are going to bring that damage to armor. The damage to armor is going to help the bleed, right? Otherwise, you got to run Demolitionist in order to run the Mortar turret. So this is a Mortar turret build that applies bleed, right? So we're after the bleed and explosive damage. And then I decided to go with the explosive secret mine because it also applies bleed, but you can do the clusters as well, whatever you prefer. Now we have the Vile Mask. This is status effects and skill haste. It's all about toxic delivery, which is going to be based off of 50% of your concussion grenade damage. So anyways, this is adding a multiplicative damage to those enemies that receive the splash damage off of the explosives. So the formula is you're going to need at least 1 piece explosive damage coming off of China Light. Pretty standard. There's nothing unique about that, except we're running status effects and skill damage as a combo. And then we're running 2 pieces of Grupo for 15% explosive damage. Again, skill damage and status effects, skill damage, status effects. And then on the chest piece, I'm running the sacrifice for perfect glass cannon. That 30% amp damage applies to the Vile Mask. It applies to the bleed and the explosive damage. That's why you want it. Mine has status effects and skill haste here. You don't want that extra skill haste attribute. You want that to be skill damage. And again, the backpack is status effects, skill damage, and skill haste. I have it on a Hannah U. It's better to run a Wyvern backpack here. And again, we got creeping death. Now, if you don't want the creeping death, if you don't want it to spread like a plague, just go ahead and run tech support, and you can get more skill damage that way. But creeping death is, again, probably a really good way to go, if not the best way to go for this setup, but it's sort of a preference there. But I like spreading that. It's also spreading the vile damage, right? So basically everybody is always taking damage with this build, and I think that's the point. All right, let's take a look at number 7. Number 7 will look familiar to you. This is called the Perfect Blend. This is a skill damage hybrid build. So it's a hybrid skill damage build using double ballistics. Now, this build was made as part of the hybrid series from several seasons ago. We put together a hybrid skill build series, one after the next. And the idea of this one was to try to bring your skills in line with your weapon. So on skill builds, it's really easy to make strong skills. It's just really easy, right? But what's hard is to make a strong weapon on a skill damage build. And so this one attempts to do that. It attempts to bring your skills in line with your weapon so that your weapon, it feels just as powerful as your skills. And so this one is more of a play from cover because we're running glass cannon. And the reason why we're running glass cannon is because, again, it applies to both your skills and your primary weapon. So this is a Cheska chest piece with a skill tier, and then we got max crits on it. And so we're running 4 pieces of Striker, which is giving us weapon handling and rate of fire, which feels amazing on the capacitor, by the way, a skill tier, and double crits. And then the other pieces are basically the same: skill tier, crit damage, skill tier, crit damage. And then on the gloves, we're running weapon damage and crit chance. That's because we're running Technician, which is giving us an extra skill tier. And so I have rolled this into weapon damage. I don't think you can run armor, but you're better off running weapon damage because you're not really moving around, so you don't need the extra armor. Usually when we run armor on a skill hybrid build, it's because we're playing off of those mementos, and that bonus armor helps you get out of cover more. But this one, because of glass cannon, we're staying in cover more. The idea of this one is to find a good piece of cover, sit there, and clear the entire battlefield from 1 or 2 cover spots. And so the memento is giving us 30% skill efficiency, which is absolutely amazing on any of these builds, but you also need the skill efficiency because they shoot down your skills a lot, and so you need the skill health as well as the duration and the haste and the skill damage and everything else it gives you. So but you're also getting 30% weapon damage. Combined arms doesn't give you that, so you're getting weapon damage on top of the skill efficiency, and then the 3% armor regen, which will be helpful. The capacitor is giving us 60% weapon damage to our skill. And then it's picking up weapon damage from each skill tier. And then we're running 2 red cores on that. So think about that. It's basically super strong and on top of the 25% amp damage that the Striker's Gamble is giving us. And then the rate of fire is giving it more burst. So let's, real quick, let's just make sure we got the right things here. So we got damage there. Again, the damage values on these are base. These are before memento trophies. So skill damage there, good. And then here, technician, we want to make sure we got assault rifles, which we do, and we're good to go. So this one's called Perfect Blend. I was actually running this for the Golden Bullet. I hadn't pulled it out in a while, and I ran it for the Golden Bullet, and it reminded me of how much I love it. So super, super fun. Slick 784, yeah, you like the Negotiators is pretty fun too. I like that one. Slick 784. Ultra Mega Man, what's going on, man? Mega Man in the house. 4 a.m. in Sydney. Woo-wee. All right, so this one is, again, like I said, we're gonna pick our cover spot and then hold down our ground. Try to get our trophies that are nearby, but we are running glass cannons, so we gotta make smart moves. Oh, who's back there? Hopefully they don't come in the fight. Let's see. But the added RPMs and amp damage on your gun, I mean, look at that. Look at that. That's a hybrid, guys. So, and this is before we have no memento trophies. That's no mementos. No mementos, right? Look at that. 2 out of 3 tanks down. Feels good. Feels good. Striker makes everything amazing though, doesn't it? Like, fuck. Really does. So I'm gonna crush my skill. That's skill management. So we're crushing it on purpose because we're gonna get another wave and I wanna make sure that we're fresh. Fresh and clean for that. Plays out really easy too. You know what I mean? So we're gonna have regen, but you know every now and again you're gonna have to use your armor kits, and that's okay. Find those drone ladies. Those tricky little drone ladies. There it is. Definitely occupied in the back, aren't they? Damn, they went way back there. And those drone operators, huh? They're like, look at her, she's fucking good. Still alive? So annoying. I mean, we killed everybody, but she hid. Ah! Got hit. I almost got her. Almost got her. Fuck. It's all the way in the back. Let's see if we can get her. That drone lady's gonna be the enemy, isn't she? And she's like barely alive. Got her, finally. Jesus Christ, right? One drone operator, just one. All right. Let's get these folios.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Highly effective. Like, I mean, you feel just like a regular DPS build with this one. We'll take this one into the next room too. The reason why is because you start off with no trophies, so it's good to show what it can do with trophies. So we'll take it into one more room here. But one of the things I gotta say is that you're gonna feel powerful right away with this build. Like, no trophies. This is one of these builds that's like no trophies and you're gonna feel great. You're gonna feel absolutely great. The only thing is, it's like the 30% skill efficiency. It's just a big deal when it comes to your turrets, right? And your drones being shot down. Mostly that drone, because the drone gets shot down even no matter what skill build. The thing gets shot down a lot. And so, you know, you really need that skill health in there to give it some oomph. Otherwise, it's going to be like annoying, super annoying. That's why I like it better, though. Because you can run away for him, because you're not running around too much. I mean, you saw us getting out of cover here and there, but you know, you could run away for him. You could, you know, combined arms in the backpack or something, whatever. You could go that route too. But the skill health, I mean, the skill efficiency really is a big deal, I think. What up, Nick Nelson? So is this better than a high-end capacitor hybrid using Cheska, Fenris, ABS, and Grupo? I think so. And Grupo, I think so. And the reason why is because you get it, the amp damage is going to stack on top of Fenris and Grupo, right? You know what I mean? So the I'm talking about strikers. Like, strikers give you 25% amp damage, which is going to mean more than 15% crit damage and 10% weapon damage together. Of course, Fenris and Grupo don't have to stack where strikers does, you know? So where'd my drone not? Where's my drone? Speaking of drones, did it make it in this room? Or is it still outside? Oh my god! I think it's outside. Oh, it's so annoying. That didn't work out as I usually do it. So I usually throw my turret right there on the ground, and it gets an angle on them and stops them from dropping your healing stations, but you got to have your turret to go along with that. I mean, your drone. Got to have your drone to go along with that. There you go. So yeah, you could definitely solo legendary with this all the way through if you want to. We'll see that here in a second. I mean, I'm not going to go all the way through, but you'll see here when we see the chungas that it's pretty strong. Oh, right on, Reaper. Yeah, Reaper's just saying he soloed a DUA with this last night. The survivability is in the glass cannon in so many ways. Because if it's time to kill, sometimes you'll get somebody in your face and you're just like, you'll be able to shred through them or break the chain. Like even with chungas, you'll see that breaking the chain. Cool. All right, got that going. Let's go get some ammo real quick and we'll finish this room off. Did you guys Urban Chaos? Did you see Slaughter 1.0 the other day? I ran that one the other day. We just, I think that was on Thursday. We did solo legendary all the way through with Slaughter 1.0. It'd been a while since I run 1.0, so I was like, let's break it out. This guy's back there hiding. There's always one jerk. Jesus, look at him. Hiding. It's really annoying because he's timing out my skill. Jesus Christ. He's bleeding out. Bled out. That's really annoying what just happened, actually. He's not only timed out my skill, but now he ends up dying, and now my drone is down. Easy peasy, huh? 2 chungas down. So that's it, basically. Really easy, a lot of survivability. Good time to kill, coming from your skills and your gun. This guy, he's adamant as hell. Look at how big his healing station is, man. Wherever that thing is, it's massive. I mean, what he just survived was absolutely amazing. All right, so that's not much to see there other than what you just saw. That's what you see is what you get. So let's fast travel back. That is called Perfect Blend, number 7 on the list. That's why you can't have nice things. Good one, Reaps. So great solo, obviously, but again, these are intended. This list of top 10 is intended for legendary builds and team situations also. Mostly, actually, this list is all about team situations mostly, and they're ranked that way too. So you know, and so this one is at 7 on the list, and the reason why is because it's got a lot of self-sustainability. You got 3% armor regen, and as you can see, that was enough. You know, there was like a time that I used an armor kit, but 3% armor regen is enough because you really are playing from cover, and then these skills provide like your cloaking capabilities, right? You're basically invisible to the enemy, which is what allows you to shoot. So we just killed 3 chungas really easily, and that's because they couldn't see us because they were so busy with our skills, and so we were shooting freely. And so that's the team benefit, is that you got a really good time to kill. You're a DPS player that's providing cloaking capabilities with 2 strong kills, 2 strong skills, that is. And so your whole team is going to benefit from that, right? So you got the RPMs to break their chain. You got the power to break a chunga's chain, stop them in the tracks, break all their weak points, kill that chunga, even in a solo scenario. So imagine we did all of that solo. Imagine if you had 3 other players on your team, how faster and easier would all have been, right? And so even with the memento, that's right, even with the memento, this is not a play aggressive memento build. As you saw, we were extremely powerful as soon as we kicked off the fight without a single memento trophy. Every memento trophy you get is almost like a bonus because this build is just strong as it sits. It's 6 skill tiers with glass cannon and 2 red cores and max crits. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's good as it sits. It's really good as it sits. And the mementos is going to help peak out the build. Obviously, you want the mementos. I'm not saying don't get them, but in a team scenario, yes, the memento is going to work great with this build. It's got power up front, and it gets even stronger as you get your trophies. But you're never going to feel underpowered. You're never going to feel underpowered. So, you know, don't worry about starting out with no trophies, or if it takes you 2 checkpoints to get up to 30 trophies. It's not going to be cumbersome to the build. So, of course, you want to run Technician. That's giving you 10% more skill damage as well as an extra skill tier. And it's the capacitor is essential for this build. So you want to run a capacitor. It's got damage to armor, health damage, and, of course, capacitance, which is giving us 60% more skill damage. And then it's getting powered up from each of the skill tiers. And then on top of that, we have 2 red cores. So there's a lot of damage to this. But the big kicker is the capacitor gives you 10% crit chance and 30% crit damage. Crit damage, 30%. That's a huge mod. And so we're playing into that. So we're running 4 pieces of Striker, which is giving us weapon handling, rate of fire, and 25% amp damage. And then the formula is skill tier and crits everywhere. And we're maxed out on crits. I'll show you the stats in a sec. And then the gloves have weapon damage and crits. And that's because we have an extra skill tier. So we want more weapon damage, not armor, because we're playing from cover. And so another skill tier, crit damage, skill tier, crit damage. The chest is Cheska with the skill tier, max crits, and glass cannon. Try it with kinetic momentum if you like, but on this build, I think glass cannon is the way to go. And that's because it applies to both your skills and your weapon. And that's what this whole build is about keeping both of them in balance. And as you can see, we were lethal with our weapon and we were lethal with our skills. And then the memento, this is all about that 30% skill efficiency. That's what we're really after. And the weapon damage. Remember, combined arms does not give you 30% weapon damage like this one does. And we got 30% skill efficiency, which is more than combined arms, because we're getting skill haste, skill duration, skill health, skill damage, all that good stuff. And then we got the 3% armor regen, which is a perfect amount of healing for this build. You don't need any more healing on this build. Great if you do, great if you don't. So anyways, I love this build. It is number 7 on the top 10 legendary list. And let's look at number 6 if you're ready. Oh, actually, let me show you the stats real quick. So we're at 60% crit chance, 123% crit hit damage. So anything north of like 85 to 100 crit hit damage on a capacitor build is going to feel really good. So you can go as low as 85 and still feel great, but over 100, you feel like a god with the capacitor. So that's that. All right. So looking at number 6 is going to push us into a Negotiators build. That's right. Negotiators has got to make the list somewhere, right? Somewhere. So let's see here. Let's clean up this a little bit because those little things are staring at me. All right. So a Negotiator's build, and I have it configured with the Pestilence. So the Pestilence, this is a synergy build, right? A team, this is about as team support as it gets. Okay, it's about as team support as it gets right here. And that's why it's right in the middle at number 6 on the list of top 10, because it's as team support as it gets. Without the team, can you use this build? And the answer is yes, but this build is best with a team, right? And so anyways, let's look at the Pestilence. It's not a new weapon, so we're gonna go quickly, but LMG damage to targets out of cover, damage to armor, so good combo there. Okay, and then we got Plague of the Outcast, so hits apply that debuff, blah, blah, blah. It's called, it's basically a plague that has a waterfall effect. So the idea of it is to stack up the enemy with as much of the plague as you can, which is gonna be 50 hits, and then you kill that enemy, and then it creates this waterfall effect. It rolls over to the next enemy, resets the timer until it kills him, and then rolls over to the next enemy, and so on and so forth. And so we call those waterfalls, and you wanna get as many waterfalls going as possible. And that's why we're running the Negotiators, because Negotiators is about tagging multiple enemies, applying damage to 3 to 5 enemies at a time. And this setup is 3 enemies at a single time. So we're not only applying weapon and that's all crit-based weapon damage. Okay, so that's not going to help the plague, except it does in a secondary fashion. And I'll explain that in a second. But this is Negotiators requires crits, so we have to have crits on this build. Crit damage into 4-piece hostile negotiations. Excuse me. So critical hits mark enemies for 20 seconds up to 3 marks, and then you apply 60% damage to those additional 2 enemies. And whenever an enemy dies, you get 2% more critical hit damage, second up to 20 times, which takes a little bit. Anyways, but we're in a backpack, so we can. Which has critical measures, so we can apply up to 100% damage to those additional targets. So basically 300% damage at a single time. It's 200% additional damage, right? So you tag 3 targets, you focus fire on one of them, all 3 of them are taking the same amount of damage. Okay, and so we're running 4 pieces. I'm running the knee pads and the holster, and that's because I'm running an LMG. So the Petrov gloves, the contractor's gloves, are best in slot for this setup. So weapon damage, damage to armor, critical hit damage, LMG damage, and then damage to armor also helps the plague, in case you didn't know that. And then I'm running Cheska to get our crits up, and then I have braced. Okay, so in legendary, I feel like making sure you land your shots is important, but also you're having faster reloads. So reloads and landing shots is going to be a big deal. So I think you need some sort of weapon handling on here. Now, I do have the perfect version of this, okay? So I have the perfect chest that I can't pronounce. So you can run the perfect brace, but it's overkill, in my opinion. But more importantly, we need the crits because of Negotiators, right? So, okay. So Negotiators is about a mass effect, and so is the plague. So that's the synergy there, mass effect, right? Affecting as many enemies as possible. This, my friends, is a crowd control build. It doesn't look like a crowd control build, but it is. Remember number 8, the Mortar bleed build? This is a crowd control build also. It doesn't look like a crowd control build, but it is. And what I mean by controlling the crowd is it's not like Riot Foam where you're like holding the crowd still, but what it's doing is it's weakening the herd. It's like a herd weakening build. You're thinning out the herd. You're thinning them out. Whether you're killing an enemy or you're weakening the enemy, you're thinning out the overall power of the herd, as well as distracting them when they're tucking and rolling or whatever. So this is the same thing. Forget about killing the enemy. You're doing that. But my point is that you're weakening multiple enemies at a time. You're thinning out the herd, the overall armor pool, health pool of the enemy. You're lowering that by either eliminating an enemy or weakening the enemy with both Negotiators, hostile negotiations, or the plague, right? And so that's why Negotiators work so well, not because they're both kind of crowd control type concepts, but also, see, when you're critting on that enemy and you're weakening those 3 enemies, when the plague rolls onto them, you want that enemy to die so that it can go ahead and move to the next guy, right? And so you need that enemy to die. So if the enemy's like at full power and then he picks up the Plague of the Outcast, it takes longer for him to deplete the armor and then deplete the health and then finally die and then finally roll over. You want that to go fast. You want it to constantly be rolling over from one enemy to the next. And so that's why the Plague of the Outcast and Negotiators together is a very powerful combo. Now, can you go Glass Cannon? Yes. Can you go Obliterate? Because you got crits? Yes, you can do all those things. And so, but one of the most important things in Negotiators and the Plague of the Outcast is landing your shots. And so if you have the world's longest reload, which basically this gun has, 5.6 seconds, right? Without braced. If you got the world's longest reload, you're not landing any shots, are you? No, you're 5.6 seconds in reload, right? If you're missing shots, you're not landing shots either. So that's really important, right? So now I'm running a healer and a decoy. Now, if you're running a team, you might run something different, but you're gonna need some sort of heals. And then Gunner is also giving me 10% armor on kill. It's also giving me weapon handling and faster reloads, right? And also additional RPMs. So Gunner's pretty important. Also more ammo, right? Can you run armor? Sure. I don't really see any benefit of it though. But you can run armor. So let's go ahead and give this one. Actually, let's go in there and make sure we got our right weapons selected. We need to make sure we have LMGs. Gunner, LMG, and assault rifle. Yeah, and that reminds me. So as far as the second weapon, you actually make sure you have a really nice assault rifle equipped. And so I'm gonna go ahead and put on the Police M4, and then I'm gonna switch over the Talent back to fast hands. Now the reason why is because when you're going into legendary, especially if you're solo, and you're probably not gonna run to solo, most of you will be running this in team, but well, for the tanks and stuff like that, you know, if you're getting pressed, you can switch over to your assault rifle. But the reality is that the tanks are going to be your friend in this one. I'll show you here in a minute. Tanks are your friend, and the reason why is that you love, with the Negotiators, you love big slow targets, right? Big slow targets with Negotiators and the Pestilence are awesome because they're sitting there, you can load them up with the Plague. Just load them up, right? Or you could tag 2 other targets and then hit that Chunga and those other 2 targets die. Tag 2 more targets, focus on the same Chunga, those 2 more targets die, and so on and so forth, right? So big tanky targets are your friend. Andrew Weeks. Here, I'll paste this for you. I think this is your question. Let me know if this is your question, but hold on, at Andrew. Hold on a second. Let me, I gotta cut this up. Give me 1 second here. Cool. So for those of you wondering how to get access to the gamer music playlist, there's a playlist. Andrew, I already see you're a member. So if you're already a hardcore Bandito or higher, then you have access to the gamer music playlist that you can stream on YouTube or listen offline on SoundCloud. So to get, if you need to know where it's hosted, just go to my YouTube homepage. Right at the top, there's a playlist for the Players Club, right? So all members get access to that playlist. It's right at the top of my YouTube homepage. Inside there, you'll see like Volume 6, Volume 5, Volume 4. They're all in that playlist. So, but you won't see them unless you're a hardcore Bandito member level. So thanks to all of you that are at the level. Okay, so here we go. So Negotiators, again, we want to tag at least 3 targets at a time. And there is a use case for the chest, by the way, if you want to run that. But this will be a really fun build. Let's go kill somebody if you guys are down. If you're down, I am.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
So the hardest part is that, like, playing solo with this thing is that you can get pretty pinned down. Actually, we probably want to run a turret instead of... because it just lasts longer, although it does get shot down. So hold on a second. Let me get this thing up. This might be a bad start. So there's that tank right there, so we'll use those tanks, right? So we'll load up this tank. Cool. So you're playing from cover anyways, so brace is good, right? This purple guy just does not want to get out of cover, does he? So we got this guy up there plaguing out. So if you can leave one tank alive, it's pretty cool because then you're able to like kind of get it loaded up as these guys are dropping out of the helicopter. Beware of that shit.
Serious trauma detected.
They're all being chicken shits now. So just a couple guys, I think. So it's just that yellow guy. All right. Go reset our skills. Negotiators makes anything easy, so. Makes any gun feel good too, by the way. I was noticing that. So again, tag him. From here, like, just trying to get those snipers out of the way is really helpful. So we're gonna use the chungas to do that. So tag the snipers. And load people up and plague. Your team is gonna love you for this one.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Just gonna heal up. You're a little squishy, but has anybody ever played the negotiators with the plague, with the pestilence? It also feels good with the 3-piece striker. We were running that one for Golden Bullet. I mean, it's just the best LMG in the game, right? I mean, it's just so unique. It's good to have. It's really good to have a an exotic be the best in class. I think, you know. You don't get that a lot, do you?
Serious trauma detected.
So he's a health target. So as you notice, like it's taking him. He might not even die, and he's at full plague right there, right? So that's one thing you could run if you're concerned about that. You could run the Hollow Man mask or something like that. Either way, you're fine. You could just crit him out. And again, you can definitely go braced if you want. I probably wouldn't go glass cannon on this version. I do wear glass cannon on pestilence, but with the negotiators crit combo, no heals, you end up, you have no armor kits in like no time, basically, right? And so I think that'd be my deterrent from that. Come on, dude. They always do this. This guy's always hides in the end, and this is like, it's actually a trap. He wants you to come out, right? And then you die. All right, so that's that. Pretty easy. It's actually one of the best builds for, like, if you consider like serious threats like the grenadiers and the drone operators. They're the ones you worry about the most, and Negotiators just does a really good job of handling them. Very easy to assemble. Probably all have this set up already. So Negotiators 4-piece, and I am running the backpack, which is optional. You can run Vigilance back there if you want to, but I like this. And then damage to armor, crit hit damage, and then both of these got crit damage, and then of course the chest cover braced. There's the mask. And then stats wise, we're at 59, 137, so not bad. Not bad at all. 14% armor damage. So vigilance wouldn't be bad. Like, it really isn't. It just depends on, how you want to roll it out. So if you run like a vigilance backpack, just as an example here, then that's going to help your plague a little bit more. But at the same time, you're going to end up having to run Negotiator's gloves, which means you're dropping your damage to your contractor's gloves, which are sort of best in slot there, and which is damage to armor is also helping your plague. You see, so it's sort of tit for tat, and I don't know if that's really a win. I'm not sure if you're gaining really anything from that. So, I mean, that's the way that I would roll it. You get the LMG damage and the damage to armor, which is helping obviously both your front end damage and the plague. Both, and then this is helping that spread of your front end damage to multiple enemies. So I like the backpack better than Negotiator's backpack. There's very few times I don't wear it. But okay, so that one sits right in the middle at number 6 on the list of best Negotiators builds. I mean, best builds for Legendary. Let's see, how are we on ammo? Go back. So, and Negotiator, it's sort of, there's got to be a Negotiator's build on this list, I figured, right? And so it's too strong and too unique of a set to not make a list. It just depends on, you could also run it just a standard assault rifle build. It's awesome. Not super unique. I feel like the Plague and the Negotiator's combo kind of makes that version of the Negotiators a little bit more unique. But running an assault rifle, you'd be just as effective, and you get probably more kills. More DPS type kills, right? Because you're gonna have your reloads are gonna be faster, your tagging is gonna be faster. But both the Pestilence and the Negotiators do a really good job on those hard to reach targets. Think about that. When the Plague rolls onto the drone operator or a grenadier, or you can load up the Plague on a healing station, and you can tag that healing station and then tag 2 other targets and then kill those 2 other targets by shooting that healing station because of Negotiators. So both of these have that same thing, hard to reach targets. It eliminates those. And I think you're going to see a lot of those, right? In both these new legendaries, lots of grenadiers and drone operators. That's what I'm seeing, at least. Okay, so that's number 6. Number 5 is an Eclipse build. Surprise. And so I'm actually not going to demonstrate this one out because I think we've all seen how Eclipse works, but it's really valuable. So it's number 5 on the list because of how valuable it is. And you could play a legendary without Eclipse, so that's why I kind of put it on number 5. But when you do run an Eclipse build, it really changes the game. right? It really swings things in your favor. And so this one is a riot foam version. So the other day on Thursday, we were running the fire version, the fire cam version, which is extremely amazing. Now I decided that for legendary, riot foam is better. And the reason why is because the legendary elites are really good at rolling out of chems. And so when you use a fire chem, because you got to land it and then ignite it, right? They have time to roll out of it. Where the riot foam, they don't. You hit it and then they, there's no double action, right? It's just you shoot the thing and you either hit them or you don't, right? So the riot foam in legendary is more effective. And so this is how I have mine set up. So I'm running survivalist, and that's because it's giving 10% more damage to status affected targets. So that's why we're running that. You could also run demolitionist if you wanted to make your vial stronger, but I think this is better. And then I'm running the Scorpio. That's giving us 20% more additional damage to targets affected. Of course, there's the disorient and shock, but that's going to help against those heavy chungas and stuff like that. So you're adding more support. This is a support build, a team support build for sure. All right, now we're running 4 pieces of eclipse. So we got status effect, skill haze, Hasbro, and indirect transmission, which is spreading your status effect, right? Now the chest I think is important because it gives you proliferation, which is increasing the range in which it spreads, and that's the unique value that this set brings. Let me be clear of that. It's not the status effects that's unique with Eclipse. You can run status effects on any build, right? You probably get more status effects on other builds, as a matter of fact. What's unique about this one is the proliferation. So you want to play into proliferation. You want it to spread, right? And you want it to spread far and wide. So the chest is really, really helpful, especially on legendaries where you got a wide playing field. So to increase that is definitely going to be an asset. Okay, so then we got the holsters, which is more status effects. Pretty easy build, guys. Skill haze, skill tier, and more status effects on the knees. And the gloves are going to look exactly the same. Now the backpack for group play, we do want to change this. Hold on a sec. But creeping death is more helpful on a riot foam build than if you were to run the Eclipse backpack. That's your other option, right? So you can run the Eclipse backpack and get 30% more amp damage. And if you do that, that's going to help your, I don't have it here, but if you run the Eclipse backpack, that will help your vial mask, right? But I think it's more important to get more targets under status effect. And so that's why we're running creeping death. And so by doing that, it's going to help, I guess, preserve your riot foam, so you're not using as much riot foam or whatever skill. And so your canisters will go a lot further, basically. So status effects and skill haste, and then creeping death. So I think creeping death. So that means you're getting basically proliferation up front and then proliferation on kill. So, which is the spreading effect, right? Spread effect. And then the vial, which is powered up by the status effect. And so that's why every status effect roll that we have put on our build. And then the vial, so as soon as an enemy is under either the pulse or a riot foam, they're gonna start taking actual damage too. And so I know there's nothing new about that, but we'll just do a real quick demonstration. One of the other things I want to show is that I'm running the pulse on this too. Now, depending on which mission you're running, you might want to go with the sticky because the sticky doesn't have a range where the pulse does. So if we look at the pulse here, basically covers most of this room because it's a tier 6, so that's good. But if you're going to go for a really deep target, like that target all the way in the back there, the sticky bomb can hit that, right? So the boss drones, right, in the end of Roosevelt Island. So sticky, you don't want the sticky. Or if you're gonna be playing deep and you got targets spread out, then the sticky. Also the sticky lasts longer. But either way, as you can see, when we hit them with the riot foam, they're gonna start ticking, right? And so notice I only hit one target, and then these other targets got the creeping death effect. So, like if we hit this target here, creeping death hit him. See that? So get some spread going. Let's see if we can hit this guy. There you go. Yay. And they're ticking. So anyways, hold them still, right? Hold them still, let your enemy burn them down. So you can't run this one solo. You can't run this solo legendary. It wouldn't work. You would die. So, but really fun build, but very important for Legends. So we run this one in our legendary speed runs for the average Joe. This is a critical build. I don't know if we'd be able to do it without this build. I mean, we probably could. Well, I know we can actually, but our builds would change. So let me tell you how powerful this build is. This build is so powerful, we were able to do legendary speedruns with an all red striker build, 0 armor, and we got 19 minutes, right? 0 armor, all red striker builds. We were face tanking chungas, running up to them, standing in front of them, and burning them down with 0 armor. And it was because of the eclipse build, right? The eclipse build would hold them steady, and so they would basically, it would buy us enough time, so they could still shoot back at you, but not right away, right? It kind of like this, kind of stunned and they're distracted, and so it buys you just enough time to kill whatever that enemy is, and then it spreads to the next enemy. So if there's another wave or whatever, and so it allowed us to play out of cover with no armor. We're basically running around naked, shooting all the enemies, and that was all because of the riot foam and proliferation. Not just riot foam, that's eclipse. The riot foam is part of it, but it's the proliferation, the indirect transmission proliferation thing that allows you to do that. So this allows you to speedrun with DPS builds, right? So amazing. And so we could also speedrun with some of our other hybrid builds too, and we don't need the Eclipse build for those, not at all. So you don't have to have this build, but if you're running a DPS team and you're gonna speedrun a legendary, this is an extremely critical build for that, and it definitely makes just legendary easier. So I think that this build is actually more important than a healer build. I think this build is even more important than the Wingman build. It's a tough call, but probably, yeah, especially if you're trying to go fast. If you're trying to go fast, this build is more important than the Wingman build. But I do think that I would go Eclipse, Wingman, and a healer when it comes to legendary. That's my preference in the order of that. So first Eclipse, then the Wingman build, which gives your team bonus armor, massive bonus armor, not just any bonus armor, but like 800,000 plus bonus armor, millions of bonus armor. And then the healer build. The healer build is third place, so I think when it comes to value to a team, but not talking raids, just talking legendary. So anyways, that's Eclipse build, and that is number 5 on the list, right in the middle. Let's see here. Number 4, I'm actually gonna have to build because I think I forgot to bring the pieces over. I think I did. Give me a quick second, guys. I am gonna roll in some pieces over here for number 4. I forgot to bring over the pieces. My oh my.
I'm the Alpha, Omega, beginning, the end. A light in the darkness, salvation, condemned. Follow me, I'll lead you, I'll show the way. Surrender your soul, submit, obey. Follow me, resistance is futile, my friend. We're in this together until the bitter end. On TikTok, on YouTube, on Discord, on Twitch. Get onto my platform, come on, make the switch. Follow me on everything, or you'll be fucking sorry. Follow me on everything. Follow me.
Loading up here. So just take a second to move this over. So give me a sec. So, Dr. Reed, what do you think about the new brand set? Have you tried the Brazos one? I feel like everybody's gonna be wearing that holster. You think they're gonna nerf the holster? That 20% weapon damage. I like the 20% weapon damage. I mean, people have been making the argument that it'll take away from build diversity. Maybe. I don't know. I could think of a lot of builds where I wouldn't run it though. So that's kind of where I'm sort of like, I don't know. Like gear set builds, for example, you might not take that 20%. Because you got to run 4 pieces, so you might like choose a contractors over that, you know, or something, you know. But yeah, like on a standard DPS build, like yeah, okay, it's gonna be best holster and slot. That's not a bad thing, is it? Of course, this one fucking. Hold on, let me see if this. Good, we got it. Okay, cool. Let's make this build, folks. Just take a second. It'll start to look familiar. What do you think it is? Yeah, some are saying it's overpowered, but I don't know. Still a little torn. I mean, I'll take a best in slot holster. I mean, like on this build, would I run that holster? Probably not. Because then it'd force me into the foundry chest piece. You know what I mean? And I'd be picking up skill haste and 20% weapon damage, which I don't really need. So I think there's lots of builds that I see where it would not take precedence, you know? But some builds it would. I get it. Like if you're running like the Coyote's mask and, you know, a Cheska and a Grupo and then Foxes and Contractors, of course you're going to run that holster. I mean, what else would you run? But that doesn't make it necessarily like overpowered. I don't know. You're also picking up skill haste. So I get both sides of the argument, I guess is what I'm saying, you know? So I'm sort of, myself, I'm torn about it because I can talk my way out of it. Anyways. So this build is number 4 on the top 10 legendary list for me. And so this build is called the Game Over. I'm sure you guys have seen it because we run it all the time. Again, it was made as part of the hybrid series. So it's basically a tank skill damage build is what it is. So it's highly versatile because of that. And so you can run it solo and you can run it in group. And even with the memento, it's great in group. And so it serves a very particular purpose, but I did put it on number 4 because how good it is depends on the player. So if you're not going to push with this build, if you're not going to play aggressive with this build, then the build, you know, I guess has its limits. Now, newer players will put on this build, and it's great for newer players or average or how do you say, not super senior players. It also works great for them too because of its recovery. So I'm not saying this is like it doesn't shine. So you might like if you're kind of a more relaxed player is what I'm saying, and you run this build. You're gonna like it too. You really are, because you're gonna be playing from cover and you're gonna take a grenade to the face and you're gonna be like, wow, I recovered really nicely from that. I feel powerful, you know. And at the same time, you're gonna kill really well. It's got great kill power and great recovery. Great time to kill, great time to heal. Right? That's what this game's about. So it's running. I got 39% protection from elites. Anyways, 3 protection from elites mods. Now, Game Over uses a 4-piece foundry, so that's its formula. So you got that's giving you more armor, 1% armor regen, but most importantly, makeshift repairs, right? So makeshift repairs has nothing to do with how much armor you have. That's how it has to do with how much damage you take, and it's going to give you a percentage of that damage back over 15 seconds, right? So, but that's on top of the regen. How much regen do we have? We have 3% armor regen coming from here, 1% armor regen coming there, and 1% armor regen coming from there. So it's got 5% armor regen in addition to the makeshift repairs. So we're going to be healing really fast. And then it's all about the whole concept of this is playing into the memento trophies. The memento trophies are really big power ups for your skills. So when you got a full stack of mementos, you got 30% skill damage or skill efficiency, whatever you want to call it. That's skill haste, skill duration, whatever, skill health, right? 30%. Okay. So every time you pick up an additional trophy, a fresh trophy on top of that 30%, now you got 60%. You pick up another one, you got 90%. You pick up another one, you got 120. So we've realized that there's nothing stronger in this game than a memento trophy. There's nothing that's more powerful than an overcharge because you can stack them, right? 30, 60, 90, 120, and we will be stacking them, and I'll show you. And that's the point of this build, is to get out there and get your trophies. Now, the reason why it's number 4 on my list is because that depends on the player. So if you're not going to go out there and get the trophies, the build is still amazing, right? But this one is a little bit based on your play style. So this is a sort of a tip of spear build. Like, you want to get out there and you want to take aggro off of your team. You need to play that way. So it requires a little bit of a play style here. But it's an absolute amazing build. Anybody can run it, and you're going to absolutely love it. So, okay. So do you remember the perfect blend build, right? So let me scroll over to that one real quick. So the perfect blend was here. So this is the perfect blend, which is a 4-piece striker hybrid. And this one ran off of weapon damage. See the 2 red cores, right? And then we wrote glass cannon in there. Very powerful, right? Play from cover. Okay. This is basically the opposite, right? So I got to fix my cores here. I got more yellows than I need. So I got to fix this to a blue. So let me do that before it's too late. That's because we're running technician, right? Let me fix that. There we go. Okay. So yeah, we're at 1.2 million armor. So this is the opposite of the perfect blend build. The game over build, again, needs more armor. Okay, and the reason why is because when you get out there and grab that same trophy that is driving power into your skills that are always shooting something, what's also going to happen is that you're getting bonus armor, right? And so when you get you're going to get 10% bonus armor from each trophy. So that's 20% bonus armor. And then we got the armor regen, all that other fun stuff happening. But you're also going to get 30% weapon damage, which is also helpful. We know that. But anyways, so the bonus armor is going to help you get to the next trophy. So you're literally playing trophy to trophy. And then you got the protection from elites that's making your bonus armor last longer. It's making makeshift repairs not have to work as hard. It's making your armor regen not have to work as hard because you're not taking as much damage, right? So it's an absolutely amazing build. And remember where Perfect Blend was running glass cannon, and I was like, yeah, you got to run glass cannon to like synergize it with the build. With this one, you do not want to run glass cannon. With this one, you want to run kinetic momentum, right? Which is 15% skill damage to each one of your skills. But the reason why is because the idea is to get out of cover and to stay out of cover as much as possible. But glass cannon would force you back into cover on this build because it's relying on regeneration. Okay, and so if we had armor on kill as an element to this build, then I would consider glass cannon again because you need to kill to get the heal, right? So, but this one doesn't have any armor on kill. So this one's relying on armor regen, which is a little bit slower than armor on kill. So kinetic momentum, so we're taking less damage. Anyways, amazing build, very strong skills. You're going to see that. No crits or anything like that. It's not really a crit build. We are running the capacitor. So the capacitor, again, is giving 60% skill damage, okay? And damage to armor, damage to health. So that's what it's about. 60% skill damage. We got the extra skill tier plus 10% skill damage plus 12% damage to robotics coming off a technician. And then the 4-piece of Foundry Bulwark for the total armor, 1% armor regen, and a makeshift repairs, which is crazy heals. And then everything looks the same. Skill tier, skill damage, skill tier, skill damage, skill tier, skill damage. That makes it a very strong skill build. And in the chest is Bellstone for that more armor regen. Okay, and then we got armor regen, skill damage, protection from elites, kinetic momentum for 50% skill damage per skill, and then 30% skill efficiency coming off of the memento when we're full stacks, and then each trophy is giving us another 30%. So that's amazing. And then 20% bonus armor, another 3% armor regen for a total of 5% armor regen. This is a great build, and you're gonna love it. Let's go and use it. You can solo legendary with this one, by the way. Great for team builds. So we speed run with this one. We also do speed runs with this one. I think we got our fastest time in Roosevelt Island as an example. Skill builds are great for big playing fields, by the way. You know, where you got like Roosevelt Island, where you got big, each battlefield is like really wide and open. Skill builds are great there. You could chase on those enemies faster than your bullets can, pretty much. I find. Or pull them out of cover, whatever you want to call it. But I think we got 22 minutes, wasn't it, on Roosevelt Island? I think 22 minutes using these builds, these tank DPS, these tank skill damage builds. All right, let's roll into it. This is an amazing build. Everybody needs this build. I don't care who you are, what side of the world you're on. Everybody needs this build. All right, and we want to play the trophies, all right? So let's see where these bad boys are at. So I want to put this at a place where I could snag it later. Get rid of these fucking tanks first. So this is no trophies. So as you get going, when it starts snagging, so every time we do that, you just give your skill a buff, right? I saw that. So I move a lot. It helps the, they have a hard time targeting me when I move, right? Fuck you, dude. Oh, that was my bad. My bad, my bad. Let's try that again. So I am demonstrating, so I'm playing a little bit more aggressive on purpose, right? Like to show you what the build can do and like how to use it basically. Those lobs, huh? Really good fucking lobs those things make. Fucking tank does not want to die. Come on, dude. Take it. Get out of my way. There it is. Did that look easy or what? That's game over. That's game over, baby. This is a good build, right? As you notice, it's all about playing into those trophies, and that's what made it look so easy. And we started out with 0 trophies, right? But even it doesn't matter. Just think about this. Think about it this way, okay? So you start with 0 trophies. When you got 30 trophies, you got what? 30% skill efficiency, right? So picking up a single trophy and making sure you have at least 1 trophy active is like having a full backpack stack. It's like having a full stack on your backpack, a single trophy, which is why you want to play into that. That's what I mean. So grabbing one of those is like having a full stack, 30% skill efficiency, right? Because we got 6 skill tiers. So that's why that build is so powerful, so powerful. I think this is a build that everybody should basically have. And if you can learn how to use it like you just saw there, you know what I mean? Just play into the trophies. You could take the Chunga Stingers. That's why we got the skill, the protection from elites, is so that you could play against those Chungas nicely. This is tailored to legendary content. So, a really good build. Let's go ahead and look at the next room real quick. And we'll move it. Move on to the next one. So yeah, this one is number 4 on the list. And just like Reaper says, like some people would argue this could be number 1 on the list. But again, this is, we're looking at team formats, and whether this plays out nicely in a team or not depends on the player. Totally depends on the player. Okay, he's not gonna want to die. Let's get that fucking healing station. So look at our heals. Look at that healing. That's crazy healing, right? Need to find this healing station wherever they fucking hit it. What? How are you not dead? Come on, dude. I just blew you out of the sky. It's always that one guy, isn't it? All right. Here comes the next wave. Should have got ammo. Do that. That's it. So as you can see, it's when it comes to time to kill, it's not quite as fast as the perfect blend, but the survivability is way up there, way higher, way higher. They're different builds that way, right? Very different. Remember, this is a tank skill damage build. And these builds, if you want to do Roosevelt Island, Tidal Basin on your first try, this is the build you want to run. You'll see. I mean, we'll probably do that. Like when we take down Tidal Basin and the zoo, we'll do it on our first try, and it's because we're running these builds. Just massive amounts of recovery. Massive amounts of recovery. So really easy to actually to build out. Probably the hardest one to find is going to be this chest. It's not that unique, but it's specific. So the Bellstone is a critical piece. You want the Bellstone one for that 1% armor regen. Then I tried this with Wyvern. I've tried this with other things. But it turns out like the thing that's going to bring most value to the build is the armor regen. Because again, this is a tank skill damage build. So it's all about that ability to get out of cover and to recover from damage quickly. So armor regen, skill damage, protection from elites, and kinetic momentum for 15% more skill damage to each skill. And then 4 pieces of foundry, which is giving you more total armor, which is helping your armor regen, right? And your bonus armor. And then we got 1% armor regen on that, and the makeshift repairs, which is crazy heals, as you saw in the gameplay. And then we're running skill damage and a skill tier on every single piece. There you go. And then the backpack is a memento. And each one of these trophies is 30% skill efficiency because we're running 6 skill tiers. It's also giving us 20% bonus armor, which is amazing. So you want to play trophy to trophy. A lot of confidence comes with this build because of how well it can take a punch. And then we got technician for that extra skill tier. And then 12% damage to robotics. And of course, 10% more skill damage. The capacitor giving us 60% more skill damage. It's really important for this build, actually. So you want this over the test subject. You do want this one. So yeah, really powerful. 60% skill damage, and then you're getting powered up by each skill tier to the weapon damage. So a very fun build. So you want to run ballistic skills with this one. So I run the turret and drone, as you can see here. Turret and drone. So the weird damage numbers right there, right? 7,922. I don't know what that means. I don't know why the damage says that. Don't ask me. I don't know why. Weird damage numbers. It has to do with the memento trophies right now. I don't know what the deal is, but super fun. Okay, so that's number 4. Number 4. Okay, let's reset this actually. And I'll be right back. Quick bathroom break.
I'm the Alpha, Omega, beginning, the end. A light in the darkness, salvation, condemned. Follow me, I'll lead you, I'll show the way. Surrender your soul, submit, obey. Follow me, resistance is futile, my friend. We're in this together until the bitter end. On TikTok, on YouTube, on Discord, on Twitch. Get onto my platform. Come on, make the switch. Follow me on everything, or you'll be fucking sorry. Follow me on everything. Follow me. I'm the Alpha, Omega, beginning, the end. A light in the darkness, salvation, condemned. Follow me, I'll lead you, I'll show the way. Surrender your soul, submit, obey. Follow me, resistance is futile, my friend. We're in this together until the bitter end. On TikTok, on YouTube, on Discord, on Twitch. Get onto my platform. Come on, make the switch. Follow me on everything, or you'll be fucking sorry. Follow me on everything. Follow me.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Quick bathroom break. Man's got to do what man's got to do. All right, so we just looked at number 4. That was the game over build. Everybody needs one of those in their loadouts. And so now we're going to look at number 3 build, okay? And so again, these are legendary builds intended for a full squad. Even though some of these builds, and even though I'm demonstrating in a solo legendary format, that's just a demonstration of power, okay? And so even though some of these you can do in Legendary, that's not how I'm grading these builds. These builds I'm grading on their ability to add unique value and team survivability. And when I say survivability, I don't mean tankiness. That's part of it, sure. But survivability is also time to kill. Survivability is also DPS. Survivability is also high crit value. Survivability is also ability to distract, ability to cloak, ability to heal, bonus armor, all that stuff, right? Take aggro. Those are all part of team survivability. So that's how these are ranked, okay? And so the game over is number 4, and the value that it adds, it allows you to play as a tip of spear, not only deliver serious damage, but to take aggro as a skill player. It feel tanky as a skill player. So, really good build. Okay, so let's look at number 3 is going to be the Infinity Blind build. Amazing. So you saw me use this the other day. Actually, I don't remember what we were talking about, but we used this the other day. This is an amazing legendary build. I originally created this one to replace or to de-nerf what the devs did to the blind. So this is built around the blinder. Now you could technically use any skill, so you know, okay? But this is a max blind build, so it's called the Infinity Blind for that reason. You can literally keep a target blind forever with this build, okay? It's got a negative cooldown effect, okay? And now I'll show you how that works in a second, but it's built for a team, so you want to run this because it's giving your team 10% more damage to status affected targets. Also, fire grenades, which is really helpful for like the guys coming down the helicopters or spawn doors and stuff like that, right? Okay, and then I'm running the Scorpio. I mean, it's not much of a shooter. You do shoot from time to time, but for those big tanky targets, you can give your team 20% more damage, but also shock and disorient, so that's helpful. Now, you don't have to run the Vile Mask, but it's a nice touch. Why not? So you are applying damage to all status affected targets. So you can see here, we are going to run this solo. It's not intended to be a solo build, but you can. You can literally status affect an enemy to death, and I'm going to show you that here in a second, all right? So tag team is really important here. So we're running, this is a golden golem, was giving us 10% more status effects, skill tiers, skill haste, more skill haste, and then tag team shaves 6 seconds off of our cooldown, as long as we're applying some sort of skill damage, which we are. All right, and then the backpack is the Hannah U, again, same formula, skill haste and status effects all the way around, and creeping death. So we're spreading that blind. It allows us to not have to target everybody, right? So that's a nice touch. And then the gloves, all these are improvised. So skill haste, status effects, and skill haste, these are actually really easy to make because skill tier pieces are easier to craft versus armor and weapon damage because the skill tier is always maxed out. So status effects, skill haste, and then more of the same here. So how this works, okay? So you got a cooldown at 18.5 seconds. You got a blind duration of 14 seconds. That gives you a net cooldown of 4.4 seconds. Right? 4.4 seconds. Tag team shaves 6 seconds off of that. So that puts you into a negative 2 second cooldown. You can't have a negative cooldown. So basically it eliminates the cooldown. So that's how you can keep like a Chunga or somebody basically blind the whole time. All right. And so this is a 1-2 punch. You have to use both because this is what's applying the damage that allows us to hit tag team and refresh our skill. Now, you do want the sticky versus the pulse. The reason why is because you can target somebody with this. Okay, now if you use the pulse, tag team is going to be marked on some random enemy that might not be within reach. If you can hit a specific target with your EMP sticky for tag team, and so that you can then hit them with your shotgun and refresh your cooldowns. But if it's some random target, then you're not going to be able to get your tag team all the time. So that's why the sticky is a little bit better. Now I'm using the EMP sticky. It's got a really short cooldown, 11 seconds with a 25-second duration. That's insane, right? And you're going to shave 6 seconds off the cooldown. You're going to be able to use this EMP sticky every 6 seconds. Think about that. Every 6 seconds with the 25-second duration. So these tanks are going to basically be null and void here in a second. So that's the build. It's absolutely amazing. It's different than Eclipse, okay? It's different than Eclipse. It doesn't have the proliferation thing, but it's the same concept, but the Eclipse can never be this fast with the cooldowns. I've tried. So you can put all the cooldowns and skill haste you want on Eclipse, and it's never going to be this fast. So let's blind these guys. Oh, I missed that. That was a bad shot. So there's tag team. Now I don't need it, but my cooldown already came back, but as you can see. And then normally you got DPS guys out here with you, right? And you see that? Now we got 6-second cooldown. Look at the sticky already came back, right? So we can hit that with the sticky again. Take care of all those tanks. So the vial's there to help with damage, but it's not really designed to kill by status effects. This one is a true crowd control build. It really is like true to its nature. And I've built it that way all the way around to do exactly what it's supposed to be doing, which is controlling the crowd, blinding them to death, right? So as you can see, and when we get the big targets here, it'll be, you'll really be able to see it. The chungas. We'll keep them in permanent blind status here. Go ahead and heal up while we got a sec. Yeah, this again, this isn't really a solo legendary build, but good demonstration of power. The fact that you can, you know what I mean? I mean, it'd take you forever, but you can. And the cool thing about the Firefly is hitting, you can hit these targets that are in cover. Oh, that was a good fucking hit right there by that tank. Tank got pissed at me, huh? So we're gonna keep this him in perma stun mode here in this, right? So he can't do anything to us. See that? And so that's kind of the thing. I mean, that's the thing about status effect builds, right? Like if you keep anything under status effect, they're just not a threat anymore, right? See how I hit that tank in the very back? That's the power of the sticky. Okay, here they come. I'm taking too much damage. Oh, my bad. That was bad. I shouldn't have thrown out that last skill. You got to time your skills out nicely. Daryl Luck, that's crazy, man. 21 revives? That's insane. Let's try that one more time.
You've got your objective. Don't let stand in your way.
So you can also use riot foam on this too. You can use riot foam. I mean, you basically can have unlimited riot foam. The deal is though, is that you have to have something that delivers some sort of damage, right? And so that's why I'm using the sticky, because it delivers damage. So you could quick release too. There's a quick release right there, and then this, and then you got creeping death will get everybody. So you don't have to always target. Actually, quick release does allow you to go faster. So it'll just grab the nearest target. So you could just keep doing the quick release if you want to get it out there faster, because sometimes targeting takes too much time, right? So you're wasting time with the targeting. So there is some value in just hitting the quick release like that and just keep doing it over and over again. Oh, I missed that? That's fucking bullshit. Sometimes depth perception in this game gets me, man. I don't know. Missed that. Nope, got him. Oh, they're healing that tank back there. Fucking hate that. I hate how they can instantly heal a tank. They should make that at least a little bit longer of a process. He touches that tank and it's like instantly healed. I know you probably get the point here, but I'm trying to get to that Chungas because it's a really nice demonstration. It's a crazy build. Super fun. I mean, you definitely, one of the best parts about it is you're definitely busy. You're not just sitting there, you know what I mean? Kind of not doing anything. Your skills are the skills are so fresh that they keep you busy. They're constantly refreshing. Bad timing to be hit by a tank. Probably gonna. It's a bad time to get hit by a tank back there. Yep. Again! God.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Well, I guess I just won't show the chungas, but I think you get the point, right? Because it takes too long to get through the chungas. This isn't a solo build, although you can. It would take way too long to get through content solo. But anyways, the idea is max status effects, keep them blind all the time. Tons of fun. And then, you know, the vial, again, is optional. It's just sort of like, why not? But you have a lot of options here, actually. If you didn't run the vial, you can bring down your cooldowns even faster. And the reason why is because the vial it has hazard protection there, where if you ran like anything else, you could put status effects and then more skill haste. But the one piece that's actually I don't have here, but the one piece actually, let me just go ahead and go back to the White House. But you could put on like a chill out mask, for example, with skill haste and status effects, and make it even faster. Tahazar, or if I'm saying that, Tahazarfar, you can use other fireflies. This one's a status effect though, so there's a couple of versions of this build. I actually have 2 versions of this build, so there's a status effect one and the skill damage one. So the other fireflies are actually skill damage, right? The burster and then the demolisher, they're actually skill damage, so they wouldn't pick up the skill, the status effects that you have rolled everywhere, but they would still benefit from the skill tiers and the skill damage. And they would still proc tag team, so it's actually still viable. You could run the demolisher differently. So here's the deal with this build. Like, one is you can run the same exact build except swap out all of your status effects for skill damage, and then you can run the demolisher or the burster. So you can run either of these. But we're running the firefly, the blinder, because we're doing the status effects, right? So. But you don't have to do that. There has to be a skill damage element on the build, otherwise tag team wouldn't work. Now I'm using the EMP sticky, but to your point, you could keep the same exact build, not change a thing, and run riot foam for your status effects, and for your skill damage, you could run I'd probably run the burster. Okay, now it's important that here's the deal, and then you change this to skill damage. The catch is that there's at some points you would run out of enemies, right? So like if you're down to like, let's just say like a tank and an NPC or whatever, and the tank is kind of frozen and it's not moving near the target, then the burster becomes useless. You're not applying skill damage anymore. Now, riot foam basically will work on any NPC, chungas or not, and then the demolisher only works on weak points, and so eventually you run out of enemy weak points. So it's got its limits. But it does work, right? It does work, but you do have more limits, and so, but you don't want to run double status effects because then you're missing out on tag team. Now you could get rid of tag team. You don't have to have tag team. As a matter of fact, this thing is crazy. You're at amazing when you have 3 other players. You're probably cool with that 4-second cooldown, right? So the cooldown is 4 seconds. So when you're running with the team, you're probably cool with that. So you don't have to run tag team. The tag team just allows you to, basically it will make an enemy absolutely obsolete. I mean, if a chunga comes up to you with this build, and I wish I could demonstrate that for you right now, but if a chunga comes up to you with this build and you got a team, they will forever be blind. They will never not be blind because you're going to throw out your blinder and then you're going to hit them with your EMP sticky. It doesn't matter what sticky you hit him with. You get any sticky, it doesn't matter. But the EMP's got the shortest cooldown. So you can EMP a chunga, you can. And he takes damage from that, okay? So you hit him with the EMP, it resets your cooldown, and as soon as he stops being blind, you hit him again with this, right? And then you hit him with the EMP again, and then you hit him with this. You hit him with the EMP again, he never stops being blind. And so, which means he's not shooting at anybody. Now you can still take stinger damage. So you can still take stinger damage, but not as much as a threat. Like if you wore this with that Negotiator's build, right? It's absolutely amazing. What is the biggest, greatest weak point in an LMG build or Pestilence build? Okay, is that you get pinned down and you can't shoot because it's kind of a slower shooter, right? 500 RPM, whatever. and slow reloads and all that shit. So if you had the Pestilence Negotiator build and one other guy running this Blinder, I mean, that Negotiator's Pestilence would constantly be firing. Everybody would be blind. He'd be able to always be shooting. He's never pinned down, basically, right? Because you're just out there keeping people blind. You're weakening them with the Vial. He's weakening them with the Negotiator's build and weakening them with the Plague of the Outcast. And then you have two other players that are probably maybe one's a skill player sending this drone out to pick up the Grenadier. And then another guy, the other guy's like a pure DPS player, you know what I mean? And so that would be a really good setup. But so this is like, it's adding a different and unique value than Eclipse. Do not compare this to an Eclipse build. Eclipse cannot do this. Eclipse cannot keep a single enemy permanently blind. The Eclipse is all about its proliferation. You get them under status effects, you kill that enemy, and it rolls over to the next one. This one is keeping the whole crowd always blind or always riot-foamed, whatever you want to do. But I like the Blinder. Keep everybody blind. It reaches deep distances. It doesn't matter how far apart those enemies are, right? So they're different. They're just different. So, and you're a lot more active with this one, but really good. Really good one. So this one is top 3, number 3. It's the Infinity Blind build, and really amazing, really fun. Okay. So number 1 and number 2. So here we are. We have arrived. Number 1 and number 2 builds are actually a really close call, and I'm not sure which one is better than the other, and so you could easily flop them from one spot to the other. But let's just go ahead and put on this one. This one is Slaughter. Okay, so Slaughter is an amazing build, and I just ran this the other day on Thursday. I did a solo legendary with this one from front to back, basically on our first try. It's really amazing. It's, again, this is a skill build, so skill builds bring a lot of value to legendary. Okay, so like if you want to go to Tidal Basin, and if you want to go to the zoo and complete it on your first attempt with your team, assuming your team's decent, you want to run one of these skill builds that I'm showing you here, right? So we saw the Mortar turret build, we saw Game Over, we saw Perfect Blend, and we saw this one, which is called Slaughter. Now, this is Slaughter 1.0. I personally like Slaughter 1.0 better than Slaughter 2.0, okay? And the differences are basically 2.0's got more armor regen, and runs off of perfect spotter. This one runs off a glass cannon and has a little bit less armor. So, but this one allows you to use the capacitor. Slaughter 2.0 doesn't, and I like using the capacitor. So, you know. But this is more of a preference. Okay, so this one's got glass cannon. So this one, look at it this way. This one is like a blend between the Perfect Blend, the Striker one, the 4-piece Striker skill build, and Game Over, right? This is a mix of those two, right? So it's got a really nice time to kill like Perfect Blend, and it's got amazing recovery like Game Over. So let's break it down. Okay, so we're running the Technician, which is giving us 12% damage to robotics, a skill tier plus 10% skill damage, right? All right. And then we're running the Capacitor, which is giving us damage to armor and health damage. Great for legendary. And then 60% skill damage, plus it's picking up damage for every skill tier. Got it. All right. Now, we're running the Memento. We already talked about these builds are designed. This one is designed to grab trophies. That's right. This was designed to get out of cover just long enough to grab trophies. Not excessively out of cover, long enough to grab trophies. You play trophy for trophy. One trophy is 30% skill efficiency. Skill efficiency is the most important thing on a skill build you can have. Skill duration, skill haste, skill damage, skill health, etc. We get 10% bonus armor per trophy per skill tier. Armor core. And we got 2 of those. So it's 20% bonus armor on a single trophy. And then we got 30% weapon damage, right? Cool. And we got 3% armor regen. This build's got 6.5% armor regen. So higher armor regen than any of the others that you saw today. So the chest is Bellstone, which is armor regen, armor on kill. We got more armor regen, skill damage, protection from elites. And this one is running glass cannon. So that's different than the Game Over. Game Over was running kinetic momentum. The reason why this one runs glass cannon is because it's got faster recovery than Game Over. This one's got 20% armor on kill. Game Over has 0% armor on kill. It takes makeshift repairs instead, which is like a form of regen, right? So this one is, you want to boost your kills, and because that's going to feed you another trophy. So it's not only feeding you another trophy, which is going to give you 10%, 20% bonus armor, it's also going to give you 20% armor on kill. So effectively, you're getting 40% armor on kill when you snag that trophy. So it's also giving us 1% armor regen here. And then the holster is my second piece of Bellstone, which looks the same, right? So skill tier, armor regen, skill damage. And then we're running the Murakami Emperor's Guard knee pads, more skill damage and armor regen. And then we're running the 511 Death Grips, which is armor on kill, skill damage, and a skill tier. And then the Wyvern Mask for more skill damage, power up those skills. And then, so as you can see, we got 3% armor regen here, 1% armor regen there, 1% armor regen there. So that's 5% armor regen. And then we get 0.5% armor regen basically on every single piece. So there's another 1%, there's another 1%, and there's another 1%. So that's 2. So we were at 1 or 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5%. That's crazy. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7.5% armor regen. So yeah, this one's really strong. So, and then we got 3% protection from elites mods on here, 3 protection from elite mods on here for 13% protection each, which is 39% in total. Again, that's to help us with those Chunga stings, mostly. Also, you know, helps with like legend elite explosives. That's mostly why I see the benefit there. Also, you can stand in front of a Chunga for a little bit. But this one plays out really nicely. Again, 2 ballistic skills, right? Turret and drone. So make sure this has got the right mod. It does. Good. This one should too. Yeah, let's go give this one a try. So again, we'll just do the first checkpoint or so to demonstrate this one and how it plays out. But for me, the way it plays out is it leans more towards the aggressiveness of the Game Over, but has more weapon damage like Perfect Blend. Which is sort of why it's up higher, and that's kind of higher why it's up higher on Game Over, because I think that because of the amount of damage that it potentially can put out, depending on your play style, you know, is pretty good. And then also, it can also be take the like tip of spear type damage.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
A little bit more of a contributor on the damage side. So let's see here. So you see that time to kill is really nice. You notice it mostly on the tanks. Like with the Game Over build, the tanks go down a little bit slower when you don't have your trophies. But in the long run, I gotta say, like in the long run, they all kind of equal out. You know what I mean? They really do in the long run. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the gameplay, like if you were to run Perfect Blend, Game Over, and Slaughter, like in the end, they'd really, assuming you're the same guy, they'd all level out on the number of kills and total damage. They're all basically the same, and that's because the skills and the memento and the capacitor is the constant, right? And they're all so strong. They're all really strong, and so that's the central core of the build are those 3 things, and they all have those 3 things, right? They're all 6 skill tiers basically. They're all 30% skill efficiency. They're all, you know. So one might be better for you than the other based on your playstyle, but when it comes to total damage at the end of the game, your stats can be very close to the same. We proved that out the other day. We were actually pretty surprised about it, I think. We were pretty surprised about it. And see, you see why glass cannon works so well with skill builds? I mean, I know you guys are already using glass cannon a lot for skill builds, but your skills take so much aggro away from you. I mean, people aren't even really shooting at us here, right? I mean, they're so focused on their skills. Oh, where'd that fucking thing come from? So look, look at our rate of recovery. We don't have any trophies yet. I haven't picked up a trophy yet. That's pretty amazing. Oh shit, there's a tank there. It's actually pretty amazing how this thing feels without trophies. About to run out of ammo though. Who needs ammo? You got good skills. Normally I go out there and get my trophies a little bit sooner, but the cookie didn't crumble that way today. That tank, that purple tank was in a bad spot for me.
Incoming backup request.
Cool, we are powered up. Yeah, so yeah, good question. To Hostafar, the skills are getting kills too, and which is getting you armor on kill. They can get you that. All right, so we're basically full power, not quite, but I don't want to go chase down those other trophies, so let's just go for it. Well, they usually come this far back. His behavior was erratic. Let them finish out. We'll grab some ammo. Kill that last guy. There it is. Oh, I hate when they do that. You just they can bust out your drone like right when you pop it. It's so annoying. That fucks us right there. Look at that. Basic the build. So yeah, so even though both our skills went down at the same time because they popped one, we still had the time to kill to pick back up, right? To pick up the time we lost. So they didn't overrun us, which is good. So anyways, super fun. Love this build. I look forward to upgrading it again. Actually, it's probably gonna get a 3.0 in this coming season 10. From what I can see, they're gonna give us even more tools to make this build actually a little bit better. So I'm excited to toy with this one even more. Let's grab some ammo and then we'll get to the final. But yeah, this build I look forward to actually upgrading it on every season when they deliver new gear. So I always look like, oh, I'm always fingers crossed that they can give us something cool, make it even better. Oh, get out of here, get out of here. Okay, so yeah, so again, this is Slaughter 1.0. Now you might prefer 2.0. It depends on how you like to roll, but I like to use this one. Allows the capacitor, 2.0 doesn't. And then this one runs glass cannon, 2.0 runs spotter. That's the main difference. So otherwise, the capacitor for 60% skill damage, you're running technician for the skill tier, damage robotics, running memento for all that it gives, skill efficiency, bonus armor and weapon damage. And then you got 10% armor on kill from the gloves, 10% armor on kill coming from the 2-piece bellstone. The chest is running glass cannon with, it's also giving us armor regen, and we got protection from elites there with more skill damage. Our second piece looks the same, basically. Then you got more armor regen with duration out of the Murakami knee pads. And then the Wyvern is giving us more skill damage, and then we got more protection from elites there. So as you can see from the armor regen, We got nice armor regen coming off of this build. That's at 70,000, which is pretty good on 1.1 million armor. And then you got 20% armor on kill on top of that. So we don't really need any more armor regen. All right, let's take a look at what I am calling the #1 build for legendaries. So this is a 4-piece striker with focus, so it hits extremely hard, right? And it's an assault rifle build, so and you know, you can interchange the assault rifle for your favorite, but I recommend something that's on the quicker side, that's got really good accuracy. Okay, so this one's my police M4. I got 978 RPM, 15 a mag, damage to targets out of cover, health damage, and I run fast hands, extreme value in fast hands, right? Extreme value, because that's basically increasing your DPS by loads and by cutting down your reload. So this makes your reload really quick, less than 1 million. This build is good for all content. Single, you can solo legendary with this. You can group legendary with this. It's amazing. You can actually add armor on it, but for this demonstration purposes, I'm just going to run it how I normally do. And the reason why I run it this way is because it's all about your choice in cover. You hardly take any damage depending on how you choose your cover, and we'll show you why. And so notice I got the 8x scope, right? So that's gonna be 30% headshot damage. That's massive. And then I'm running perfect focus on the chest, pristine example, right? And so ignore the marksman rifle damage. It's all about that 60% weapon damage when we're staying in scope, which we are. And then I got it critted out. And then 4-piece striker, you know what it does, but basically 25% amp damage, more weapon handling, rate of fire, and we're just gonna cut through everything. It stacks on tanks, unlike Heartbreaker. That's why Heartbreaker isn't here. This one for legendary is better because it stacks on those tanks. Remember how those tanks were such a pain in our ass? Not gonna be anymore. And then everything looks the same, crit it out. And then the backpack, I decided to go with chest gun. Now I do run a memento with this build a lot, so you know. I actually like the memento a lot. But just to give you a nice clean setup, this version works, but if you like the memento, just change it in and out. Anyways, vigilance, and we're gonna be protected, so vigilance will be up a lot, and you'll see why we'll be protected. It's the way it plays. So the #1 reason why this is such a good build is because of how it plays. Okay, we're gonna be playing from cover with a shield and staying in scope, and so which is gonna allow us to always put out damage, right? Now you can also interchange this build, keep everything the same, and you can also swap out the 4 pieces of striker for negotiators if you want to go that way. But I find that I can actually clear content basically just as fast with the strikers than I can with the negotiators. Now negotiators is technically faster because in some circumstances you got guys hiding, and striker can't do much about that. But when things go in your favor, with all things being equal, the striker is really fast. Also for 1v1 scenarios, like you against the boss or you against a tank or whatever, somebody flanking you, this is going to perform better than negotiators. So anyways, really good build. Now the turret's just for a decoy, but otherwise it's about the shield. You got to run the shield. And it's the shield with the assault rifle and the chest piece combo are really important. So let's look at the crits. So we're at 60% crit chance exactly, 117% crit hit damage, and an elevated headshot damage at 105%. We got damage targets out of cover from our weapon, not showing up here, and we got nice health damage for those tanks. So let me show you how this plays. You guys see me run this build all the time. This is a build that we solo legendary with. This is also a build that we group. We've done the average Joe speed runs with this build. You could also run the ACS shotgun. I'll go ahead and put that on. There you go. To get quick stacks, so you can run that too. Okay. So let's go ahead and throw our turret up there. It's just to take aggro. It's not doing anything else. Then you're gonna pop your shield, switch to the right weapon, and then stay in cover and just protect your right flank and watch everybody how fast they burn. Look at that tank. See ya. Amazing accuracy on the weapon too. Come to tanks. Tanks are a good demonstration of power. But so what I want you to notice is how little damage we're taking, right? As long as I protect my right flank, like so this yellow guy, he's pushed hard right, so he's got an angle on me. So as long as I protect my right flank. And so when you use this in legendary, whether it's a zoo, a tidal basin, capitol building, whatever, What you're looking for is a nice piece of cover that gives you a good right angle, right? Like we have here. Throw out my decoy. So your weakness is actually the drone operators are probably your biggest weakness as a build. So just prioritize them. That. But your time to kill is so impressive, like as long as you got a beam, you'll be alright. Ooh, that one hurt. The second one hurt. Okay, where'd she go? Who's that other one? Oh, she's still alive, isn't she? So I don't care about anybody else except the drone operator. She's my only threat. So that's what I'm looking for. There she is, right there. Got her. All right, cool. So now we can heal up, take on the rest. So amazing. Remember, no armor on this build. I can go all for headshots here with these chungas. Broke his helmet. So he's naked. Naked chunga. Dead. Headshot kill. I mean, that's a good demonstration there. You know, just like a good time to kill, all helmet on a chunga. We'll take this one inside. This is an amazing build. An amazing build. Yes, I love it. Way better than Heartbreaker. You know, it just... And the Heartbreaker's nice. I mean, I like Heartbreaker, but, you know, just the fact that I can run Gunner with this one, Heartbreaker kind of really prevents me from running Gunner. The pulse and getting those stacks, I think, is a pain in the ass if you don't run Technician. So that's why on my Heartbreaker, I know some of you guys might do awesome without Technician, but for me, like, I have to run Technician or I find I'm not stacking, you know? And there it is. I mean, so easy, guys. So easy. Legendary solo. Like, it's, you know, the hardest part was just making sure that I killed those drone operators timely, you know, just prioritizing them. That's really it. So that's really it. Just making sure it's really, the whole thing is about just making sure you have a good piece of cover. That's it. That's it. And then this build is going to kill anything they throw at it. Anything. You know what I mean? It's just, Strikers is absolutely amazing. Now, if you really didn't want to run Focus, you don't have to, okay? So you don't, and it's still a great build. But you can run the Striker chest piece, okay? Just like this. Press the advantage. You can run Striker's chest piece and still accomplish what you saw here. We'll run that next. Let me clear this room, and then I'll show you without Focus. Now, and the reason why is because I know some of you don't like running an 8x scope, and so that might be a deterrent for you, but trust me, it is absolutely worth it because you can't do... Well, you can. There's another way to do this, but Focus is so strong. You know, it's such a strong talent. And I don't have to break scope. I can stay in scope the entire time. Because, again, it's all about finding that angle and then just letting the enemies kind of come to you, right? I mean, you just hardly take any damage. Just not taking any damage. Just not taking any damage. There, all heals are down. Our shield is a paperweight, by the way. Our shield is worthless. So this picks up some ammo. You know what I mean? It's the only reason I'm running the shield is for that angle. Is so I can get a wider right-hand angle. Otherwise, it brings no value to the build. So I'm just letting him run so I can set my turret up for a decoy for the next wave. And then try to get this guy to come back. It's the downside of letting him get away. God damn, he's fast. Outrunning Striker? Damn, bruh. All right, here we go. Here we go. So charging up, just finding that angle, just start wailing on their heads. Broke his helmet. Chunga one down. Broke his helmet. Chunga two down. So I'm focusing on headshots on purpose, right? His helmet's down. His helmet's down, and his chain's down. Everything else is down. There it is. Easiest of them all, right? Easiest of them all. So the difference though between this and a skill build is that angle, right? Is that angle. So if you were to run a skill build, it's not as reliant on the angles because your skills will take all the aggro, right? So that's why those skill builds are really valuable. The hardest thing about this build is learning those angles. You might not know those angles. You might not know this is where you'd want to play. If I tried to play back here, okay, I would have been pinned down and I would have been having to blind fire like this. I'd have been having a harder time hitting those headshots. But every room has got an angle. You could also play from here if you're a confident player. You can play from right here and you can shred them all before they get to that grenade spot right there. So like there's always a right hand angle, right? But the good thing about the skill builds is that you don't have to play the angle. So that's why Slaughter is like between Slaughter and this, they're really tough choices for me because the Slaughter, you don't have to worry about angles. You can play from anywhere in this room. I could play right here. I could play right up here. And my skills are going to break the angles for me. So I don't have to use angles. I use my skills. The skills are my shield. The skills are my protector. On this one, the angles are my protector, right? And playing the right angle as a protector. So that's the difference. More flexibility with the skill build. A lot more survivability comes with that. But this one, if you know your angles and you can use them, nothing beats it, right? Okay, so really easy build. So let's do one more demonstration. Except this time what we're gonna do is gonna take off focus. So we're gonna take off focus, and what I'm gonna show you is that, sorry about the spams. What I'm gonna show you is that you can be just as effective without focus. It's gonna be insane, so let's do it. Okay, so we're gonna put on the striker chest. All right, let me look at the stats here. So 6117. So the chest is going to give us more amplified damage, all right? Now, if you're wondering, focus is stronger. So 60% weapon damage is better than 25% more amplified damage, okay? So the only reason why you'd want to run this chest is if you didn't want to run focus, if you didn't want to go in scope. And so that's understandable. So that's why I'm giving you this alternate here, okay? And so when you do that, I mean, you got options. You could run like the Coyote's Mask, or you could run Fox's knee prayers, Fox's knee prayers, Fox's prayers, knee pads, whatever you call it. There you go. We'll do that. You could also run, what you would call it, the contractor's gloves. There's an argument to run contractors too, right? Because, you know, if you're looking for damage to armor, right? So we got health damage, damage to targets out of cover, but we don't have any damage to armor. So, if you want to run that third element, then you could do that too. So let's do that. Take a look at it. There you go. 54, 117. So we would just want to change one of these. Oh yeah, that's right. We got to change the scope. So we're going to take off the 8x scope because we're saying we don't like that. So we're going to put on the 3.4x scope and we're going to be able to do the same thing you saw. So that's what I'm showing you here. Okay. So 59, 117. Okay. And then we picked up some damage to armor, which we didn't have before. And we're going to pick up 25% amp damage in exchange for 60% weapon damage. So we're going to lose a little bit of damage. All right. But we're going to be able to effectively do the same thing. Right. We have all day. We have all day. So, because we're not taking any damage, right? We're not taking any damage. So, as long as you choose the right cover. All right, here we go. So this one again is a demonstration without focus. And so the scope, the magnification is 3.4x. Okay, so you won't be as scoped in, but you actually have more precision with this one. So I do, at least. It's actually, this scope is better for me. It's just that I like focus a lot. I even run focus on LMGs. It's an amazing talent. Okay, so you got to click in, and then you got this amazing scope. So click in. But the reason why this is a benefit for you guys is because some of you don't like to run scope, so you're not forced into the scope. If you don't want to run scope, don't. You have an option. It's an option, so I can click out. See that? Wait, is there somebody behind me? Is that a hyena? It was. There's hyenas running around here. Shit. Yeah. That fucked me up. All right, let me die. Let me die.
Vital signs critical. Agent vital sign.
Let's try that again. Less the hyenas. Yeah, I wish focus would work on like the GR9. Like, it's disappointing that it doesn't work on a GR9, Grumpy. I like. Thanks, MK Joe. He's like, behind you. I caught that too late. All right. Scope in, and then I click in. So you don't have to. The scope is an option. It's a good option. But there's a lot of times where in other rooms you might not want to use a scope, and that's okay. And so this gives you that flexibility to run it this way. But oh god, he's healing that tank. But part of what I want to demonstrate is like the angle, playing into the angle. Even without focus, you can still do it, and your time to kill is still absolutely amazing. Almost one mag to take out that tank. That yellow tank. I actually really like this scope, by the way. I like its the reticle on it. It's really precise. Really helps me get my beat on that target. Just got that one purple in the back there we got to get rid of. Just so you know, it's all easier in the fog. They come running forward at you straight on without zigzagging. So I didn't have to do much hunting on those drone operators. They came to me. Got some ammo. It's gonna be the same thing here. They're all gonna come. All the snipers are gonna come forward. Watch. It's like sniper alley, sniper death alley. Let's go and take out one more elite here. Nice, it's just Chungas now. Everybody's dead. They're gonna hide though, aren't they? Chunga down. Chunga down. Last guy. Oh, we're almost out of ammo. It's almost dead too. There we go. Easy peasy. So if you are gonna blitz too like that, like it is better to go without focus, because not gonna be able to pull in like that with the scope. Yeah, measured is fun on this too, by the way. Almost the whole room right there. So the big thing is I actually improve my accuracy with this scope. It definitely changes my game. When I started using this scope, I noticed I was like, damn, my game got way better. It makes it easy to, instead of that donut off of the 8x scope, it's just easier to. This guy's annoying. Where did he? Oh, it's right there. Take care of that. I'll pop this. Gonna make us work for it, isn't he? Nowhere close. Fucking grenades. There it is. Back to our cubby. Ah, got my shield there. There you go. Pretty good. I mean, I run this build a lot. I can feel the difference in power. I can, you know, so you're not only losing the total weapon damage, but you're also losing that 30% of headshot damage, which actually goes a long ways. You know what I mean? So on this one, we have 75% headshot damage. With the other one, we had 100 and whatever, 110. So I can feel the missing headshot damage, you know, but either way, this build is just as effective, right? It does the same exact thing. Just a slight difference in time to kill and power, but more flexibility comes with this one. So I don't know. So tough call. I mean, for me, the whole thing for me is I'd probably run perfect focus, but again, for you guys, if you're not into scopes, I totally get it. Okay, so quick rundown, top 10. So there it is. That's Striker. Actually, let's go and put it back on as it originally was. So this is how I would run it. Basically, Striker with perfect focus, all critted out, right? So Striker, perfect focus, all critted out. And then I run fast hands. That gives me better DPS. But if you don't want faster DPS, you prefer higher crit damage, then go with measured. That's a nice talent there. So, but anyways, this is best for DPS the way I have it set up. And then running the shield for the right hand visibility, perfect focus on the chest, vigilance on the backpack, and then 4-piece striker for that amp damage and rate of fire and weapon handling. And then I got every piece critted out, as you can see. Really easy to make. You've seen me run it 1,000 times. You can solo legendary, you can group legendary. It's a really good build. We could even speed run legendary with this one. All reds. You don't need any armor on this one. Add it if you like. Gunner for extra ammo, 10% armor on kill. You're hardly taking any damage. That's why we're not running any armor. And then for crits, we got 60% crit chance, 170% crit damage, 105% headshot damage. So that's really helpful. And then all of our defense stats are just kind of basic. So that's the #1 build. #2, I call would be Slaughter. And you can interchange #1, #2. This one gives you a lot more flexibility. Skill builds are amazing for legendary missions because the skills themselves pull a lot of aggro and open up angles for you so that you can always be shooting. This one's got 20% armor on kill and about 6.5 to 7.5% armor regen. I can't remember exactly, but 10% armor on kill is coming from these gloves. These are the death grips with skill damage and armor on kill. And then I'm running 2 pieces Bellstone, armor regen, armor on kill, and skill damage in a skill tier. And then here's the chest piece. Basically, all the stats are the same. We're running protection from elites. You do want to run glass cannon with this because that glass cannon is helping your skills and your weapon get more kills, which is giving you more trophies and 20% armor on kill. So you're getting big boosts in heals with that. And then we have the Emperor's Guard knee pads for another 1% armor regen. And then we have the mask that's giving us more skill damage. We got armor regen on that and protection from elites. And then the backpack, of course, it's got to be the memento for 30% skill efficiency, 20% bonus armor on every trophy, 30% weapon damage, and 3% armor regen. So super strong build. One of my favorites. Running the capacitor for 60% skill damage. And, of course, Technician for the extra skill tier. So really good build. Okay, #3 was Infinity Blind. Super strong build. This is a pure at heart status effect crowd control build, right? It's got negative cooldowns effectively, so unlimited blind to targets. And so as you can see, it's built around the blinder Firefly with a net cooldown of 4.3 seconds, or 4.4 seconds. You see that? So it's a cooldown minus blind duration, gives you 4.4 seconds. And then we're running Tag Team, which is shaving 6 seconds. It makes it a negative cooldown, which you can't have. So that's how you get the unlimited Firefly here, right? And then we got a EMP sticky that's also benefiting from that, but look at the cooldown versus the duration. 25 seconds with an 11-second cooldown. That's basically a 13-second negative cooldown, which you can't have, and then you're shaving 6 seconds off of that. So it's amazing. You're gonna have this every 4 seconds is what we realized, every 4 seconds. So and then we're running the Vial, which is powered up by status effects. So everybody under status effects is taking damage. This is an option. It's a nice option. It's the way I like to run it. So status effects and skill haste. And then everything has got skill haste and status effects on it with the skill tier. Now my backpack is Hand in You, and I'm running Creeping Death, which allows to spread your status effect. It allows you to throw your Fireflyer out there without having to target everybody every time, so it's nice. And then everything's improvised, skill haste and status effects, because we're going for maximum skill haste here, right, and maximum duration on that status effect. So really nice build, very easy to actually craft these. They're easier than they look. Yes, they're improvised, but skill tier improvised pieces are on the easier side of things to craft if you're looking for those. And then the golden golem, status effect, skill haste, again, tag team, and yeah, very, very fun build. Then I'm running the Scorpio to give you more damage, also more status effects if you need it. So very fun build. And you want to run the Survivalist, which is giving your team 10% more damage to status effect targets. Fire grenades also for spawn points. So I recommend this build. It's very fun. You can solo legendary with this. It'll be slow, so painfully slow, but you can status effect enemies to death. So, but I don't recommend it, but just letting you know, it is that powerful. So, okay, so that is number 3. It's called Infinity Blind. Number 4 was, did we save number 4? I bet you I forgot to save number 4. We did not save number 4. Let me put on, I have all the pieces here. I just got to assemble it real quick. Put on that real quick. Easy to assemble. So Foundry. I keep forgetting to save the game over build, don't I? Easy to build though. And it was that one. And then we'll just put on our mods real fast. Last mod. Sorry, I have to do this. Okay, cool. So here's the game over build. And so this is number 4, and this could easily be somebody's number 1, just so you know. It just comes down to how you play and how you utilize the build. This build is a tank DPS skill damage build, strong enough to solo legendary or speed run legendaries. So we've done both with this build. It's amazing power and survivability. So it starts with Technician, which is giving you the skill tier, damage to robotics, and 10% skill damage. It runs off of the capacitor for damage. So assault rifle damage, damage to armor, and again, 60% damage to skills, right? And then the we're running 4 pieces of Foundry for total armor, armor regen, and makeshift repairs. That's right, it's a Foundry build without a shield, and it makes absolute sense if you really pay attention to makeshift repairs and how it works. And we're running armor regen off of, that's giving us also 1% armor regen on top of makeshift repairs. And then we're running skill tier, skill damage, and protection from elites, right? And so we're running 4 pieces that look all the same. So skill tier and skill damage, skill tier and skill damage, skill tier and skill damage. So this is a tank skill damage build with the chest giving us another 1% armor regen for now 2% armor regen. And then we got a core attribute of armor and more regen, protection from elites, and then kinetic momentum, which is 15% more damage to our skills. I don't recommend glass cannon with this one because the idea is to play more out of cover, to get it out of cover and stay out of cover as long as possible. That's the point of this. And the reason why is because there's nothing stronger than a kill confirmed trophy, a memento trophy. And so one trophy gives you 30% skill efficiency, which is amazing. That's skill haste, skill duration, skill damage, skill health, all that good stuff. Plus you're getting 20% bonus armor because we're running 2 skill tier, 2 armor cores, that is. So 20% bonus armor. And then we got 30% weapon damage. And combined arms doesn't give you any weapon damage, so this is better than combined arms. And 30% skill efficiency is also better than combined arms. And we're getting 3% armor regen on top of the other 2% armor regen, bringing us to total 5% armor regen, 5.5 technically. So 5.5% armor regen, 20% bonus armor, 39% protection from elites, makeshift repairs. This is an extremely strong build. And so running double ballistic skills here, as you can see, and these numbers are before the buff. So very nice build. Totally recommend it. Should give this one a try. Everybody needs this build. All right. So that is number 4. And number 5 is the Eclipse build. Now I have it configured for Riot Foam for legendaries because Riot Foam is much more helpful in legendaries than Fire, in my opinion, because NPCs, legendary NPCs have a harder time avoiding Riot Foam than they do Fire. They can roll out of the Fire camps easier. So that's why I recommend it with Riot Foam. Now we got, as far as a backpack, we got the same hand of you with status effects and skill haste and creeping death, right? So that means you're spreading that Riot Foam on impact. And then we're running 4 pieces of Eclipse, which is status effect, skill haste, and indirect transmission. So when the enemy dies, it spreads that status effect to the next enemy nearby. And then proliferation increases that range. And we have status effects and skill haste everywhere. So status effects, more status effects, more status effects, so everything looks the same. And then we run into Vile Mask, so anybody under status effects is taking damage. And this is powered up by status effect attributes. So we got that maxed out. We're running Survivalist so that our team gets more status damage to status affected targets, and also for the fire grenades. I'm running the Scorpio, but you can run whatever really. But the Scorpio, there it is. And then the Jammer Pulse is nice. And so because you're not running tag team, so this is just easy to deploy. It's got a nice, you're running 6 skill tiers, so it's got good range. And then of course the Riot Foam. So that is the Eclipse build for number 5. All right, number 6 was the Negotiators build. Now, the skills didn't transfer over because they were still on cooldown. So this was actually a decoy, but it doesn't really matter. Just run whatever skill you want. So the decoy and the repair drone is what we have here, but this is built around the synergies of the Pestilence and Negotiator. So the Pestilence is a crowd control build, right? And so it's controlling the crowd by thinning the herd. And when I mean thinning the herd, weakening the total pool of enemy armor, right? And so, or damage potential if you want to put it that way. So, but basically by tagging an enemy and filling him with 50 stacks out of this gun, they're going to be taking plague ticks, right? And when that enemy dies, it rolls over to the next enemy and so on and so forth. So it's not only weakening enemies, but it's also taking them off the board. Now, you guys all know Negotiator's Dilemma. It's basically all built around crit. So you got to crit, but you can tag up to 3 enemies and deal the same amount of damage to all 3 enemies at the same time. So that's how we're running this build. And so we got it all critted out. As you can see, we are running the backpack, which is giving us up to 100% damage to marked targets. And then we got the knees and the holster. And we're running the Contractor's Gloves because we're running the Pestilence. Damage to armor also helps the ticks. And then we're running chest gun. I'm running braced because fast reloads and landing your shots are pretty critical, but especially for the reloads. So faster reloads. But you can run glass cannon, but I think you'd be pinned down a lot. So I don't know. Try it. You might hate it. But you don't have much going on here. You do have 10% armor on kill coming out of this, but not much in heals. So we are running gunner, of course. Faster reloads, faster rate of fire on kill, that kind of stuff. So, but anyways, this is all about... This is like the definition of a team support build, right? So it's in the DPS form, but it's a team support DPS build, but it is a crowd control build is the way I look at it. It's thinning out the herd. Even if you don't kill an enemy, you're weakening them so that the pure DPS guys can come through and take them off the table, or skill build guys or whatever. So this is really nice. Also great for those hard to reach targets. Both the Plague of the Outcasts and Negotiator's Dilemma are great for those hard to reach targets like Grenadiers and drone operators. And so that's why this set is really good for Legendary. Helps you clear content quickly. Okay, 60% crit chance, 137% crit damage, 14% armor damage, and that's basically it on the build. Easy to make. Everybody's got a Negotiator set, I'm sure. So let's look at number 7 was the Perfect Blend. Amazing. So this is more of a play from cover skill build that uses 4 pieces of Striker hacked into a skill build. So it is a hybrid. The idea of this is to bring the power of your weapon in line with the power coming out of your skills. It's really easy to make strong skills. It's difficult to make a strong weapon on a skill build. This build does both. It's amazing. You don't need any trophies to feel powerful. So right off, when you kick off the game on Legendary, you're going to feel powerful from the first shot, and you're only going to get more powerful as you collect your trophies. This is a play from a single spot, 1 or 2 cover points, and clear the board from a single location, and use your skills for your reach. That's how this one plays out. So, of course, we're using Technician. That's for this extra skill tier, and damage robotics, which is great for Legendary, and 10% more skill damage. We're using the Capacitor, and it's got Capacitance for 60% more skill damage. And then we are running this Cheska chest piece to make sure we get top crits. We got Glass Cannon. You do want to run Glass Cannon with this one because it's going to power up your weapon and your skills. That's what we're looking for, everything to be in balance, and we got a skill tier on it with max crits. And then we're running 4 pieces of striker, weapon handling, rate of fire, and 25% amp damage off of striker's gamble. This makes the capacitor feel so awesome. We got a skill tier and max crits on it, and all pieces are basically gonna look the same. The gloves have weapon damage because we do have an extra slot to be able to do that since we're running technician for the extra skill tier. We got crit chance there. We got a skill tier and more crit damage, skill tier and more crit damage on the holster, and finally the memento backpack. That's giving us some of our survivability too. That 3% armor regen, which is just right. So you don't really need much more than that here because we are playing from cover. So really strong build. Time to kill is great. Nobody can flank you. They die. It's really nice. So 30% skill efficiency is going to mean a lot. So you're going to get that, and that's going to be good. So double ballistic skills. So we got the drone and the turret. So these are before the buffs coming off of the backpack, gun, and chest piece. So really easy to make also, actually, because you're just looking for pieces that have crits already on them, and then you're going to roll a skill tier. So cool. So run that one. Have that one. Perfect blend. Tons of fun also for golden bullet, by the way. All right. And number 8 was the artillery build. So if you're great with the mortar turret, which I am not, I wouldn't be the first to admit that. So it takes a little practice to get the targeting down, but some people are excellent with this. But this is really skill damage and bleed. As we mentioned, like I want to give props out to Gambit because this is sort of more built off of his formula. And so now it's not perfect. I would want this wyvern backpack, this backpack to be wyvern, and mine's Hannah U, so keep that in mind. The Hannah U is not the worst thing, but you get more skill damage out of that. And then we're missing a couple of rolls here, but it's really close. So you do want to be holding a weapon with damage to armor, okay, because this is this build's got bleed on it, and so the damage to armor is going to help the bleed. We're running demolitionist, of course, for more explosive damage. That's also going to help that's going to open up the mortar turret, which you need. Now the mortar turret applies bleed, right, on splash effect, so that's sort of what this is all built around, right? And then I'm using the explosive secret mine that also applies bleed, but you can also use the clusters, whatever you prefer. Okay, so we got the mortar turret here. And so basically what's happening is you're gonna hit these enemies with the mortar turret. They're gonna cause bleed, and then we got this backpack with creeping death that's gonna spread the bleed. And then anybody under status effects is also gonna get the vial mask damage, right? And so it's basically stacking multiplicative damage. So one of the idea behind the build is that everybody's taking damage all the time. So either from a direct impact from the mortar or from bleed spread on them. Sort of like a plague, right? So anyways, we're running the biomass status effects with more skill haste. The chest is perfect glass cannon. Mine's not perfect, but it's close. We got status effects and skill haste, and then of course perfect glass cannon, which is helping the bleed and the vial mask. Keep that in mind, as well as the explosives. But you want skill damage instead of skill haste there, but this is what I got. You need 1 piece of China Light, explosive damage, status effects, skill damage. We got 2 pieces of Grupo here. Still status effects and skill damage. That's what you want them to look like. So that's good. That's giving us 15% more explosive damage also. And then the backpack, you want skill damage there instead of skill haste, but I'm using this backpack on other builds. So, and then creeping death. You can also run tech support if you don't want the creeping death, but the bleed concept, spreading and making sure everybody's taking vial damage and bleed, even if they're not getting hit by a artillery shell, is really cool concept. So really cool build. So props out to Gambit for coming up with this one. All right, and then where are we? That was the mortar turret. So number 9 was the Wingman build. There's several different ways to do this one. All right, and this one's not perfectly made just because I was missing a couple of pieces, but it's built. The concept here is that that healer builds are sort of overpowered for legendary content, but also teams play more aggressively and better with bonus armor because it's proactive versus healing. And so this one technically has both. It's got heals that do the job, but it proactively gives your team amazing amounts of bonus armor, at least 800,000, okay? And so it's running Vanguard. Now, I don't have a perfect Vanguard. You want to run perfect Vanguard. You can give your team even more bonus armor, but this is the one that I had. If you can find a Vanguard with repair skills already on it, perfect Vanguard with repair skills already on it, you'd be better off, but this is the only piece I had. So every time you pop your shield, you're basically going to be giving your team bonus armor, and then you put your shield away, okay? So that's how you're going to use it. This is not a shield build. You're just going to be doing it every 30 seconds or so to give them bonus armor. Otherwise, you want to be shooting with your Scorpio because you're going to be making the enemy take a 20% additional damage. And then we're running 4 pieces of True Patriot, which is really for the buffs, and so we're going to make that enemy take 12% more amplified damage when they're tagged with the red flag from all sources. So you're basically giving your team 12% more amplified damage. And then white, they're getting a little bit of armor regen, and then blue is also 12%. So they're going to get 12% decreased incoming damage, your team, as long as that target is flagged. So this is tag everybody, mark them with the red, white, and blue flags, right? And so the formula on this one is armor and repair skills. So you're going to give your team massive amounts of bonus armor, but you're also going to heal them when they actually take some armor, right? So that's why we got the repair skills there. And you can add more skill tiers if you want to, but I like the 2 skill tiers we have here. It's just enough because we got a lot of repair skill secondary attributes. This has got crit damage, but that's wrong. It needs repair skills there. I just didn't have the piece. And of course, the backpack is double repair skills. And then we're running the hive, the healer hive, and then I have the BTSU gloves, so we can overcharge that. That's also overcharging our own shield if we need to be invulnerable sometimes. So we do have a tier 6 shield there, right? But we can make that shield invulnerable on top of it being invulnerable from Vanguard. So, but that also gets your hive back faster, so you can bust it and get it back faster. So but again, this is mostly bonus armor, and the heals are just in case, and it's amazing. Really fun build. So that's the Wingman build. Great for legendary. I don't really recommend it for raids. It could work for raids. I've never tried it, but raids, the healers are designed for to heal 8 guys. This is a really nice application of bonus armor. But the heals aren't strong enough for 8 guys, but they're great for 4 guys on the heals in this one. So really cool build. And then number 10 was my Heartbreaker build. So we ran it a couple of different ways. So this was just one version, but in the end, I got to say the better version is with the Police M4. Now I changed the talent, but you do want flatline here, okay, on your Police M4 or whatever assault rifle you want. But the Kingbreaker is just, it's strong, but it's just so inaccurate. So I think we liked it better. I liked it better running it actually with both the Fox's Prayers and the Contractor's Gloves, burning both of those, and then critting it out everywhere. And so whatever our crits are at, let's take a look real quick. So 43, so we need more crit chance. So just max out your crit chance on this build, and that's what you would have. Now, Fast Hands is fine. Fast Hands is great. That's going to improve your DPS, but if you want a higher crit damage, upfront damage, or more burst damage, then go with Flatline, since you're getting the pulse anyways, to pulse enemies. So I like running the TAC laser pointer. I find that the pulse expires if you're not running Technician, so and then you're not stacking, so this is great. Now the reason why it's a little lower on the totem is because it doesn't stack against tanks very well, right? It's kind of a pain in the ass against tanks, so I just find that Striker's the better way to go. But this is great. We saw we were getting amazing amounts of bonus armor with this build, and I do like it better with the chest and the backpack. You can run Spotter. We did run Spotter, but I just like the 200% bonus armor is absolutely amazing. Gives you a ton of survivability, especially if you're running the ACS shotgun. So, and then you can still run the shield with this. Again, the shield's not going to be, it can easily break, so you want to be careful how you use it, but it's strong enough to run up in front of somebody to use your ACS shotgun and get all your bonus armor, and then quickly switch to your assault rifle. So it's got its uses, and then you probably want to run a healer drone to repair yourself under that armor, that bonus armor, because sometimes you do take true damage. So just make sure you get your crits all the way up. You could stay here if somebody's running the Coyote Mask. So we're at 49.93. Otherwise, get your crits all the way up to as close to 60% as possible. So in order to do that here, we'd probably have to swap out that mod, but that's cool with this. The backpack is getting you to 200% bonus armor, right? And then the chest piece is giving you increased max stacks to 100. So that's what's helping you get to 200% bonus armor. Otherwise, you're getting assault rifle damage, weapon handling, and then 1% bonus armor and 1% damage to pulse enemies up to 50 stacks. That's the base. And then the backpack and the chest increase your stacking, right? And so everything basically the same. So armor, we're a 3-3 combination. So armor, crit damage, and crit chance, as you can see. And then these are the same. Good multipliers there. And then Technician again. And that's the only reason I'm running Technician is to help me pulse. So cool. So that was a lot. I told you we had a lot to get through. So I appreciate you guys letting me get through that rundown. But I'm going to leave it there, guys. That was a lot. Now I got a super dry mouth. I got to go drink something. But I appreciate you guys. I'll catch you a little bit later, probably tomorrow. Peace.
Tuxedo out.
Raw flows, and that's how it goes.